while other will either be importing or exporting of the feedstock and the end product. So with that, Indonesia, especially with Pertamina, is very well positioned to have a circular model of UCO to SAF, or you call it USAF, between Pertamina, especially through our companies of Kilang Pertamina International, the refinery, and Pertamina Patraniaga, the commercial distribution. And you will see later we have our own airline, Pelita Air, that becomes a very important off-taker for the SAF. And there you see the graph that describes the supply and demand balance. As mentioned before, the high demand for UK as feedstock for SAF, meaning there has to be a right policy to ensure the supply of UCO for the production of SAF, but at the same time ensuring that the local businesses, the local economy also thrive. And at the same time, the supply of SAF, especially if I notice it will be more important for international flights, this is something that we will make Indonesia as potentially a global production hub and the global trade of SAF, given the feedstock availability and the growing capacity. We all know here, I think in this room also many Indonesians like to eat fritters, gorengan, so much. And therefore, it creates an abundant supply of minyak jelantah or used cooking oil. So the fritters might not be too good for the cholesterol level, but the used cooking oil will be very good for the sustainable aviation fuel. So in the next slide, we at Pertamina, we have developed this capacity since a decade ago, from 2015, where we started initiating a research on catalyst development. And then we work with a university, ITB, where we work on the catalyst development. And by 2021, we have already tested the SAF on CN-235 aircraft. And 2023, we also test SAF. At that time, we're not yet using the used cooking oil on Garuda Indonesia commercial aircraft. And in Bali last year, we have already embarked on commercializing SAF. At that time, also again, it was not yet our production, but Pertamina Patraniaga already started selling SAF to a customer at that time. It was Virgin Australia. And this year, 2025, as you see there from the picture, we have managed to produce and then supply and fly airlines using SAF from used cooking oil that we produce in Cilacap. And we are currently exploring that by 2026. I think there are a number of regulatory development. For example, our neighbor from Singapore will apply 1% mandate of SAF starting next year. And also various development also in the inter-European air travels. We are aiming to explore how the certification system from ISCC can enable a credit transfer system so that we can supply SAF, promoting the circular economy in Indonesia. And the next slide, please. So with that, we are showing how Indonesia is actually embarking on circular economy. As shown by Pa Eddie before, we have now about 35 collection points of UCO in various gas stations in Indonesia. So the household can come, pour the used cooking oil that they use, but there is a certain criteria. The used cooking oil cannot be too often, being overused, because otherwise it will not meet the criteria for sustainability and the technical criteria. But then the household can exchange this for money. And this feedstock collected by Patraniaga, our company in the distribution sector, will supply to our refinery in Cilacap through a co-processing mechanism with kerosene. 2.5% of used cooking oil with kerosene, then produce SAF that is being certified, and from that it will be distributed to the fuel terminal in airports. Now we use 2 airports only, Jakarta International Airport and Bali International Airport, because those 2 constitute about 90% of international airports from international travels from Indonesia. So this is about circular economy. We are creating impact for the local community. Majority of the supply obviously comes from industry, so from hotel, from restaurant, catering, but it also opens up possibility for household to contribute as well. And then also we work with a SME, with a startup called Novolium, who developed this digital UCO collection system so that it also enables, more participation by local companies. And in the next slide, this is where we are right now. Next page. This is where things happen. It's through our refinery, our kilang in Indonesian, in Cilacap, Central Java. Right now, our existing facility can produce about 238,000 kiloliter per year of SAF with 2.4% of the UCO, as I mentioned. Or it can also be used for producing HVO, hydrotreated vegetable oil. So, that's why I think government policy will be very important. Whether a special mandate for SAF will take place, whether, incentive for SAF will happen. Because otherwise, we can always shift from products producing SAF to producing HVO. Yeah? And we are currently scaling up the Cilacap refinery so that the target in 2029, we can increase the SAF production to be 300,000 kiloliter per year in the form of neat SAF. So it's the full SAF. Yeah? It is still using UCO or also POME, and it is requiring an investment value of about 470 to 570 million US dollars. Currently, we are also putting this through the Bappenas process of Blue Book in finding green financing. Yeah? And also the next stage will be for our refinery in Sumatra, in Pelaju. So this is targeted to be 2030 to be operational, and this also will increase the production up to 1 million kiloliter per year of neat SAF. So yes, right now our Cilacap refinery as a pilot can produce 9 barrel per day of SAF, and this is now being used for our Pelita Air flights. But we're confident that this is going to be an opportunity not only for Indonesia to gain economic benefit, but especially also through circular economy. It helps how sustainability as a target, especially carbon emission reduction, can be accelerated in the air transport sector. And at last, we are aiming that the local economy will benefit as well. So with that, thank you very much, and I look forward for you to fly to Indonesia using SAF from Jakarta to Bali. Yeah, so what else can you do? Enjoying the beauty of Bali, but also contributing to the local economy and also to carbon emission reduction. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pak Agung, for sharing the big vision of Pertamina becoming a regional or global hub in the SAF production in the future. So, please allow me to continue with a question, Pak. In your perspective, how is Pertamina's strategy to develop national capacity for SAF production to meet the market's demand, sir?
Thank you. I think there are a number of aspects we need to look into when it comes to national capacity. Number one, Pak Eddie has mentioned about the feedstock. I think that's something very important. I think the right policy on feedstock securing, the UCO securing. But also what is important is the policy on the mandate on SAF. And I think with the role of Pa Odo, he was showing currently the draft bill on transportation, and I believe a point on sustainable transportation will be on that bill, and hopefully there will be a certain article that can be the basis for SAF mandate to be applied because its contribution toward emission reduction. But for Pertamina side, of course, what we need to do is on the production, research, and development side. So, for example, if you can look at one slide we have shown, since 2015, we embark on research, especially on the catalyst. So, the catalyst that we call red and white catalyst merah putih, because it's a homegrown catalyst. So, our country, especially Pertamina, we need catalysts for all processing in our refinery, and so far we have imported a lot of those catalysts. But through a joint work between Pertamina, Pupuk Indonesia, another state-owned company, and a leading technical university, ITB, we established what we call catalyst merah putih, a catalyst product referring to the color of our national flag, and this catalyst then plays a role on how the feedstock, the UCO, with kerosene, using the catalyst from Indonesia, then was able to transform the 2.4% UCO into biojet fuel of SAF 2.4%, and now the capacity is about 238,000 kiloliter per annum. So again, this is a national capacity, but this is also, again, a circular economy and also something that speaks for sustainability. So I think it requires a concerted effort of collaboration, and we're very happy to hear Pa Edi, showing that it is at the highest level, at the People's Consultative Assembly, that will put this as a national agenda, and Pertamina will support through the industrial development as well as collaborating with the academia.
One more question, Pak. Interesting, if you don't mind. Yeah, it's regarding the circular economy, Pak. So, could you please elaborate more how Pertamina ensures that the development of the SAF ecosystem, especially through the UCO collection and processing, also creates tangible benefits for surrounding community, Pak?
Yes, I think we are here in Belém, Brazil, for obvious reason, because the Brazilian government would like to see how climate change also impacts, but also what kind of benefit it has for the local economy. So if you see at the next slide, also the UCO collection is an example of how SAF program will empower local communities. Yeah, so that's how housewives, or I think restaurant workers coming to the fuel collection site. This is fuel station, but that's not only a place where you get fuel for your car, but also a place where you supply used cooking oil for the company. And as I mentioned, that feedstock will go to our refinery, but it's not only the benefit through the refinery that we emphasize, but also surrounding the refinery. So the picture on the right, DEB stands for Desa Energi Berdikari, or basically an energy independent village of Kutawaru in Cilacap surrounding the refinery facility. So Pertamina, through our foundation, Pertamina Foundation, work together with the local community through enhancing mangrove plantation. This mangrove is very important because it ensures the biodiversity surrounding the village in the area where the refinery is located can has an impact for the local community. So I was told that the village has a majority population of former sailor, former migrant workers. And when they come back to Indonesia, they might not have the right, livelihood. But through the mangrove plantation and then through renewable energy development that we install in the village, for example, we built solar panel, we were able to develop what we call a kampung kepiting, a crab village. Because then the crab surrounding that area were able to be cultivated through a community-based program. And then that crab becomes obviously a very delicious, cuisine. And this become a place for culinary tourism, for locals as well as tourists to come and enjoy, what the mangrove plant was being planted, enables the cultivation of crab, and it becomes a place for tourism. So here you see how the connection from used cooking oil, to refinery, to flying a jet, but also impacting the local economy. And I hope, more and more stories like this is the one that can be contributed, especially in a place where we have a climate change conference by the United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Agung. It's very, very, we have a very big hope that Pertamina can make it true. Very well, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, next I think we can go to the global perspective from Ms. Lorena Perez from IPIECA. Could you please share your perspective in strategic role of IPIECA in decarbonizing the transportation sector globally, including your engagement with UN body, of course, on low carbon and alternative fuels? Please, time is yours.
Thank you so much. And it's working? Okay. Thank you so much. And first of all, thank you to Pertamina for.
Working, yeah?
I think it's working.
Is this?
Yeah? Is it? Okay. Now? Yeah, much better. Good. So first of all, thank you so much to Pertamina for this fantastic invitation. We are so pleased to be part of this very important discussion and these inspiring presentations. Really, truly appreciate that. So as you mentioned, maybe I could start with the big picture and maybe mentioning the dual challenge that our industry is facing. On one hand, supporting. No. Brilliant. So on one hand, we are supporting the transition to a lower emissions future, but at the same time, meeting the energy needs of the growing global population. So maybe for those of you who don't know IPIECA, if you allow me to introduce ourselves, IPIECA is a non-lobby global oil and gas association. We were founded in 1974 at the request of UNEP, the UN Environment Programme, as the main channel of communication between the UN and the global industry. Our main goal back 51 years ago was mostly on environmental and climate issues, and over these 51 years, so we have been creating impactful relationships with UN bodies, NGOs, academia to cover the broadest spectrum of sustainability issues. So not just environmental and climate, but also people and sustainability, climate and native biodiversity and ecosystem services, water just transition and so on. And we are doing this with the expertise of our members, Pertamina, one of them, on They include international oil and gas companies, national oil and gas companies, independent services, and associations around the world. So maybe let's talk about a powerful enabler, and I'm very pleased to hear that it was also noted during the opening remarks of this COP, which is technological and digital transformations. So these are just not fancy words, but they are really truly enablers and key to decarbonize the transport sector. There is clearly no silver bullet for transport, and everything will be needed to allow to the decarbonization from LPG, LNG, biofuels, biomethane, and in the long future potential e-fuels, and each of them will be playing a role in this journey. So IPCA is actively collaborating with UN bodies, including UNEP, IMO, the International Maritime Organization, and ICAO, International Civil Aviation Observation, to provide technical input and scientific knowledge to support the decarbonization strategies. So just give an example on ICAO. We are providing technical input in their assessment and advancement of low carbon aviation fuels, LCAF and SAF, and making sure that the industry can align their efforts with these international climate frameworks. So for IPCA, through practical guidance, through collaboration, through setting best practice, we are helping the industry players to reduce their operational emissions, to develop lower carbon products, and also to share innovation and technologies for the wider industry. So to your point on engagement with UN, what does the engagement with UN bodies look like in practice? So maybe starting with mentioning that IPCA has been an observer organization for the IMO in maritime since 1995. And for aviation a little bit less since 2021, but we have been actively involving with them, supporting them since 2019. And both shipping and aviation are characterized for capital-intensive, built long-life assets, and rely on energy industry, which is critical for the decarbonization. So clearly, and I think I will be echoing all of the presentations, technical innovations, robust regulations, and coordinated actions across all of the points of the supply chain are actually critical to support the decarbonization of the road, of the air, and on the sea as well. So our approach to the IMO is technology neutral, and we support full life cycle assessment of greenhouse gas emissions approach, and also frameworks that allow producers and users to report the actual and certified emissions, just making sure that there is a level playing field for innovation and deliver these technologies. For ICAO, for aviation, we have been providing technical input to the Committee on CAEP, Committee on Aviation Environmental Protection, on topics like LCAF, SAF, but also on sustainability criteria, feedstock evaluation, co-processing that you mentioned, and CCS. And in the future on ICAO particularly, as low carbon aviation fuels can complement sustainable aviation fuels, we will continue to support ICAO on these very important work streams. But maybe, if I may, I would like to zoom in a little bit more on biofuels. Clearly, biofuels are not the only type of sustainable aviation fuels, but are the most common and more available right now. And even though in IPCA we are technology neutral, we have been exploring the topic of biofuels a little bit. We are updating fact sheet document with our members, still working on all of the details, but I thought that I will share some of the discussions that we have been having until now on that. So alongside electrifications, biofuels are one of the most critical levers to decarbonize the heavy transport sector, including aviation, shipping, and the road. We need to consider also that biofuels are coming in many forms, and it depends with many different production methods and fuel types, and also end users. So sustainability is not a given. It depends on the feedstock that is used, on the sustainability criteria that it meets, and also in the strength of the assurance process. And of course, there are many different perceptions of sustainability for many different stakeholders, from government, from industry, but also from civil society. So we need to keep that in our minds when we are working on biofuels and making sure that we are extracting all of the facts to make sure that biofuels are actually part of the solution to energy transition, lower carbon emissions future. I'm amazed with the examples that you have been setting in here in terms of the use of using cooking oil to produce SAF. If I may, maybe I would like to add another example from one of our other members, but just to make a final conclusion, and is Suncor in Canada. They have been working a lot on ethanol, producing ethanol from corn starch, and now they are exploring to do this from municipal wastes. And last year, they also were part of this launch of the plant for ethanol to SAF, planning to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as you mentioned, heavily by around 70%, and power over 1,000 aviation commercial flights. And all of these examples are showing that the trajectory is not linear, is diverse, is evolving, and we need clear, robust policies. We need innovation, but we also need international collaboration. We need cooperation, including all of the parts of the supply chain. So maybe some final thoughts and key takeaways for me. Decarbonizing aviation and shipping or hard-to-heavy sector is not something that can be done by a single industry or government. It's a cross international collaboration among others, and the IMO and ICAO will be also leading on this road. And I would also like to mention the quality of the frameworks because they will be key to decide how fast the transport sector is moving. And so these frameworks should consider a full life cycle analysis of emissions, but also clear investments, while at the same time safeguarding competitiveness of the industry can plant, can innovate, and can deliver. So all in all, the journey might be complex, but it can be very, very feasible, and the examples in here are a demonstration of that, with robust policies and regulations, with innovation, and also with international cross-sector collaboration.
Thank you, Ms. Lorena. Well, given the limitation of renewable feedstocks, and global supply competition, such as used cooking oil or biomass, in your opinion, what are the most critical sustainability challenge IPEK has identified, such as indirect land use change, maybe, or water and food conflicts in scaling up the SAF production?
Good question. So I guess that when we are considering about sustainable aviation fuels, we need to take into account sustainability across the board. So when we are thinking about the ramp up of biofuels, we need to consider as well food security, but also the pressures on land and water, and don't forget about the broader social impacts that you have been mentioning in here. So I guess we will need environmental and social safeguard, just to make sure that biofuels are not growing at the expenses of the environment or of the communities. And there might be required as well robust life cycle analysis, considering feedstock sources, but also processing, transport, and the end use, I guess. So this is not about carbon intensity only, it's about the broader environmental and social footprint, and it's also considering food security, land rights, and social impact. So for biofuels to be truly sustainable, sustainability is a step that needs to be happening in every single process of the production. And I guess that one more point to that is ensuring credibility. So it's the need of robust assurance mechanisms are put in place and are followed very closely. So I will say that sustainability isn't just a label. This is a process that required transparency, that required collaboration, that required innovation, and that required support from regulations and policies.
One more, if you don't mind, please. Can you give us an example, maybe, of an underestimated opportunity surrounding bio energy sector of SAF in next 5 to 10 years?
So it was something that might have been a little bit overlooked is bioenergy with CCS. So to put it simple, we are using biomass to produce energy and then trap CO2 and store underneath. And on the IPCC, BECCS, bioenergy with CCS, is considered as one of the key levers to achieve the aims of the Paris Agreement. So if we could combine BECCS with SAF, we could have, the potential will be huge. We could have even net negative emissions. So I guess that as well as carbon accounting is evolving, it could unlock new value streams. So it's not just about having sustainable aviation fuels credits, but also carbon removal credits. However, I think this is still a long way to maybe getting there, and it will be needed a little bit more of investment, a little bit more of research, and a little bit more of collaboration, similarly of what has been happening here to transform this ambition into a real action.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lorena, and thank you to all panelists. I think before we conclude the session with closing remark from Mr. Edi Suparno, it is not fair not to give opportunity to the audience raising a question. I think we have quite limited time here, maybe one or two questions perhaps. Please your hand and mention your name and your affiliation. From any audience, please. And any question? Very well. Otherwise, maybe I should hand the microphone to Pak Edi Suparno to give closing remarks. Pak, please, time is yours.
Thank you. Before we close this session, ladies and gentlemen, I think we should go back to the basics. That the airline industry, aside from obviously the shipping industry, is one of the industries hard to abate industries. So getting to lower down any carbon emissions from either the airline and the shipping industry should be our priorities. There's a school of thought today that airline emissions, carbon emissions from the airline only contribute to 2% of global carbon emissions. But let me assure you that Indonesians' preference for flying is extremely high, and we see more and more Indonesians wanting to fly, and an increase in airlines in Indonesia, including the number of airplanes flying in and out of Indonesia and within the national border. So it's very important for us to consistently push for sustainable aviation fuel. I think Pertamina is doing a great job in increasing their capacity. First of all, I would like to remind you that one, we will aim to reduce up to 500,000 tons of CO2 equivalent going forward in carbon emissions. We will increase our small to medium scale businesses. The collection system will, in the households and communities, will increase small to scale, medium scale businesses. The circular economy will also be strengthened, and we expect to create up to 30,000 of new and green jobs across the country. So this is very important, and I hope this session is very informative for all of us, so that sustainable aviation fuel could be very strong on our agenda going forward. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Edi. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the message is clear. Sustainable aviation fuel is the net zero engine for aviation. Well, finally, I think my sincere thanks to Mr. Edi Suparno, Mr. Odo Manhutu, and Mr. Agung Wicaksono, Mr. Miss Lorena Perez, and for sharing your invaluable expertise here. So thank you for all of you joining us here at COP30, and please enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Please, before you leave, Honorable, let's have a group picture together. Before you catch up for lunch, let's have a group photo together. And we also have a special merchandise to be given to all the speakers. We thank you for the informative session. And again, let's see how quickly the government of Indonesia are working on the policy, the regulation for centralizing the UCO collection. So to have enough or sufficient feedstock of UCO so that the energy company like Pertamina can develop the domestic biogas production in order to meet the 1% blended mandate in 2027. Okay, thank you very much for attending this event. We're going to move on to the next one. So we invite you to please stay around in Indonesia Pavilion. And if you need to take a cup of tea or a quick snack, we have provided at the registration desk. You feel free and enjoy the snack while waiting for the next session. Thank you.
check, check, check.
Pertamina has always been here for the nation and the world for more than 6 decades. With a vision to become a world-class energy company, Pertamina has a mission to run an integrated business of oil, gas, and new renewable energy based on strong commercial principles. Pertamina has transformed to create sub-holdings and subsidiaries that are integrated into the business ecosystem that can compete globally to achieve global recognition. Upstream subholding, refining and petrochemical subholding, commercial and trading subholding, gas subholding, power and new renewable energy subholding, and integrated marine logistics subholding that maintain the energy supply and sustainability. Pertamina, energizing people, energizing the world, energizing you.
For more than 7 decades, PLN has carried out the state's mandate to electrify the whole Indonesian archipelago. With an installed power generation capacity of more than 75 gigawatts, PLN serves more than 90 million customers in sharpening its vision as the leading electricity company in Southeast Asia and as the #1 customer choice for energy solutions. PLN continues to develop programs on an ongoing basis, strengthening its role as the heart of Indonesia for the sustainability of energy supply and the transition to renewable energy. Now, PLN is entering a new chapter in its transformation, aiming to become not just a power and utility company, but also a technology company based on innovations. All of this is to improve service quality, strengthening the domestic industrial ecosystem, and increasing competitiveness in the global stage. The new PLN 4.0, unleashing energy and beyond.
From 2018 to 2025, Huayo Indonesia has gradually built more than 10 projects. With Huayo, we created a world-class hydrometallurgical smelting project for laterite nickel ore. Together with Huafei, we have built the world's largest hydrometallurgical production capacity. With Waxiang, we have constructed a nickel sulfate refining line with a capacity of 50,000 tons. With Waneng, we created a super factory for ternary precursor. We have built a green and intelligent manufacturing industrial chain covering the entire process of laterite nickel ore smelting, refining, lithium battery material manufacturing. We are also developing Indonesia Pomala Industry Park, Indonesia's first green industrial park with an integrated lithium-ion battery industrial chain. Huayo has united strengths to build a green integrated lithium-ion battery materials industrial chain in Indonesia, unlocking the full potential of the nation's resources.
extraordinary landscapes are home to some of the richest biodiversity on the planet. And at APP,
Cek, cek. Belum. Cek, cek, one, two, cek, eh.
Okay, let's get started. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, in Indonesia Pavilion. Today is the second day, and you're joining the Carbon Connection for Climate Action, Seller meets Buyer, strengthening collaboration towards a high integrity carbon governance. If yesterday we've presented to you one of Pertamina's renewable projects, and that's from the biogas power plant, today we have another one which considered as the most traded carbon units in Indonesia Carbon Exchange. So to have a better idea on that, please welcome from PT Pertamina, Ms. Gia Mokobombang.
Hello, hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all esteemed delegates. It's an honor for me to be standing here again for the second time for our second session of Seller Meets Buyer. So on behalf of Pertamina, I would like to say again that we are so grateful for this opportunity, that we can share our commitment and once again reaffirm our readiness to support Indonesia's carbon market. So let me start by sharing to you about Pertamina's strategy. If we go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the strategy that comprises of two pillars that we call it dual growth strategy, where one pillar is focusing on the legacy business, where we're trying to maintain Indonesia's energy security, which is focusing a lot on the upstream and refinery as well as the retail business to the consumers. And another pillar is lower carbon business. This is where we're trying to also expand our portfolio, which included geothermal, biofuels, and this is also includes bioethanol, which is also the government is currently, trying to increasing its blending portion, and also CCS, CCUS, and obviously nature-based solution and carbon trading. And if we're going to the next slide, so through our subsidiary, Pertamina New and Renewable Energy, currently we are the first seller of carbon credits through IDX Carbon, which is the carbon market platform in Indonesia, and we were also the first carbon credit generators from renewable energy. So since 2023, we have sold a total of 864,000 tons of CO2 carbon credits, and this comes mainly from our geothermal power plant, which is located in Lahendong in North Sulawesi. So from 2023, we have verified and also issued all the carbon credits coming from the operations since 2016 to 2020. And currently, we also verified another operations since 2021 to 2022. So out of these 864,000 tons of CO2, we have a value of transaction for carbon credit of around $3 million. And on the next slide, if we're focusing more on this year, so with the support of the Ministry of Environment and also the IDX Carbon, we are producing more carbon credits in this year. So it's coming not only from our geothermal operations, but we're also expanding our portfolio to biogas power plant, which has been transactions yesterday with two of our buyers. And we also collaborate with Perhutani, a state-owned company who managing forestry resources in Indonesia, and we have 9 concessions in Kalimantan. But these projects will not coming out by this year, so it will come out in the next 2 years. But it has a huge potential of 5 million tons of CO2 per year. So on the next slide, I would like to focus on the geothermal projects, which is the 2 days main event for the Seller Meets Buyer. So from this geothermal power plant, which is in Lahendong, we have 2.4 megawatts. And after the 2 volumes that we have sold in 2023 and 2024, today we also have verified another 465,000 tons of CO2. And it has through the verification and monitoring, reporting and verification from the Ministry of Environment through the National Registry System or SRM. So we have to assure you guys that the carbon credits from Pertamina, we have a high integrity, carbon credits, and we maintain the credibility and also transparency of our projects. So out of these 565,000 tons of CO2 from geothermal projects, I'm happy to announce to you that we have a committed buyer that we're going to have a signing ceremony today, which is coming from Sumitomo Mitsui Bank Corporation Indonesia. Can I have a big round of applause? Yeah, so the next one, after we have one buyer today, we're also open for any buyer who's interested to buy the carbon credits. We're waiting for the issuance from the Ministry of Environment for this carbon credits coming from geothermal power plant. So with that, I would like to say that Pertamina, we are ready to be your partner in climate action, and we are also ready to be a partner in supporting Indonesia's carbon market. So let me close this presentation with a short video about Pertamina's carbon business overview. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and please enjoy.
Ayah, kata Bu Guru, bumi kita lagi demam. Katanya, karena terlalu banyak emisi gas rumah kaca ke udara. Kalau kita bisa menangkapnya, kita bisa sembuhkan bumi.
Kamu lagi apa, Nak?
Ayah, kita bisa bantu bumi kan?
Itu tugas orang besar, Nak. Kita cuma orang biasa. Nah ya,
aku mau jadi orang yang bisa bantu bumi saat aku dewasa.
pasti, Nak. Ayah yakin kamu pasti bisa.
Ayah, aku janji buat bantu bikin bumi jadi lebih baik.
Maaf ya, kamu kebangun gara-gara ayah.
Gak apa-apa, aku memang nunggu ayah pulang kok.
Oh ya, Naya. Ayah udah tahu cara kita bantu bumi.
Beneran ya?
Iya, bukan kita sendiri, tapi kita bisa jadi bagian besar dari itu.
Yeay!
Naya, jaga diri ya, Nak. Kalau lagi nggak sibuk, main-main ke rumah. Ayah selalu di sini.
Hai Ayah.
Ya. Ayah, aku janji buat bantu bikin bumi jadi lebih baik.
Ayah.
Naya,
Makasih ya, Ayah, udah selalu percaya sama aku.
pasti ayah selalu percaya sama kamu.
Harapan sederhana setiap keluarga adalah langit biru untuk anak-anak kita. Setiap pohon yang dijaga, setiap karbon yang dikurangi adalah napas kehidupan untuk masa depan. Melalui pemanfaatan energi biogas dan panas bumi, Pertamina NRE mengubah limbah menjadi listrik hijau, mengurangi emisi, memberi nilai ekonomi baru bagi petani dan masyarakat lokal. Kami berkomitmen menjaga energi panas bumi Indonesia terus menyala dan menjaga keseimbangan alam tanpa meninggalkan jejak karbon. Inilah komitmen kami untuk masa depan. Langit yang lebih biru, udara yang lebih bersih, dan generasi yang terlindungi. Bersama masyarakat, bersama bumi, kita menanam harapan dan menjaganya tumbuh.
Yeah, please give a big round of applause for PT Pertamina. I guess they're ready to be part of the global solution, enhancing energy resilience while accelerating the transition into sustainable green economy. And that's reflected on the next agenda, and that's the signing ceremony. I would call upon all the parties, please be ready. Director of Transformation and Business Sustainability, Bapak Agung Wicaksono. And from the buyer side, he is the head of Treasury and Marketing PT Bank SMBC Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation Indonesia, Bapak Dadang Suryana, who's going to join online. When you're ready, Pak, you may go ahead with the signing the document. Okay, so Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation or PT Bank SMBC Indonesia Tbk agreed to procure verified and high-quality carbon credit units from one-off project of PNRE. It is Lahendong Unit 5 and Unit 6 geothermal energy with total amount around 16,596 ton CO2 equivalent. Okay. Stay put, Pak. We're going to capture the moment. Okay, thank you very much. It's all done. So this power plant, you may return to your seat, Pak. Thank you. So this power plant is operated with total capacity of 2 multiplied 20 megawatts and delivers over 315,000 megawatt hours of renewable electricity to the Sulawesi Utara Gorontalo grid. So from this geothermal project, PNRE is showing a solid track record in the Indonesian carbon market. It has successfully transacted around 864,000 ton carbon dioxide equivalent between 2023-2024. And building on this success, PNRE is preparing the next issuance of carbon credit from Lahendong Unit 5 and 6 geothermal project with total volume of around 465,000 ton carbon dioxide equivalent and is designed for any buyers committed to deliver measurable contributions toward NZE 2060. Okay, that's it. That's the end of the signing ceremony. Pertamina and Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation, congratulations once again for both parties. Moving on to the next one. We all know Indonesia carbon market is now playing a new field in realizing its climate action strategy. So we are going to gain a good perspective on the potential, the implementation, as well as the best practices around carbon trading economy, both in Indonesia as well as globally. With that, please join me in welcoming Professor Bambang Brojonegoro.
Very good morning, everybody. Selamat pagi. It's glad to be here in the Indonesia Pavilion. And today we are going to discuss or basically trying to promote the carbon market mechanism in Indonesia. Of course, I would like to take the analogy of the emergence of the stock market in Indonesia, I think in 1970s. Before 1970s, Indonesia didn't have so-called stock market. But then there is a need from the corporate, from the private sector to get extra financing, to get more investment, to expand their company. So at the end, the government decided to set up the Indonesian Stock Exchange. And when you already involved in the stock exchange business, you know very well there is very strict regulation, and you have to basically, from the company side, you have to be transparent, but also you need to give kind of accurate information, accurate financial report in order to attract the appetite of investors to your company. So it means having the stock exchange at that time really giving kind of education to all the Indonesian corporate sectors how to conduct the business properly. And why I took this analogy of the stock exchange, because now we are talking about carbon exchange. And Indonesia, government of Indonesia already decided that Indonesia Stock Exchange, IDX, will be the organization, will be the agency to conduct this carbon exchange activity. And of course, when you are already in the environment of carbon exchange mechanism, then you know. For example, we just witnessed how the SMBC Bank Indonesia buying so-called carbon credit from Pertamina Geothermal Energy in Lahendong, North Sulawesi. Of course, it's not just simply because Pertamina has Lahendong as a geothermal, which is renewable energy, and we know that Indonesia is one of the, has the biggest potential of geothermal in the world. It's not just like that. I think first, from Pertamina side, they have to prove that the operation of Lahendong itself fulfill all the environmental standard. And certainly when it comes to the calculation of, let's say, the CO2 reduction, absorption, and also greenhouse gas emission reduction, then you have to come up with a very accurate report that verified and standardized by international agency. So it means, although this is like, a simple transaction, but behind that, there are a lot of requirements. And I think those requirements will really tell us that Indonesia is basically in the process to be one of the major supplier of carbon credit in the world. Of course, we always tell everybody, look, Indonesia has one of the biggest tropical forests, rainforests in the world. That itself already kind of asset. But remember, asset is an asset, but when you are doing the transaction, the asset class, the type of asset class will be very important. You might have asset, but maybe the value will be very low, and it won't be profitable, let's say, for the companies. So it means you have to work very hard, not only from the reporting side, measuring the data, but more importantly, you have to really take into account the type of asset that you manage. So even though, for example, your asset is like, a tropical forest and certain area, certain location, let's say in Indonesia, it doesn't mean that you can just, show to everybody, look, I have these several hectares of rainforest that we have managed, we have trying to conserve, but at the end, they like to see what you have done to that kind of the location of the forest area. So it means you have to work very seriously to maintain the quality of the asset. So again, the quality of asset will be the game changer in this carbon trading mechanism. If you really serious in this business, then you will get a lot of benefit, because once you maintain your asset very nicely, then you will get bigger potential of transaction, and you got like a lot of potential buyers. Remember, in our Indonesia Stock Exchange, you know the definition of blue chip. Some of the stock market considered a blue chip, not just because they are big, but they are big company, but at the same time managed very prudently. They fulfill all the good governance, they follow all the regulation, but at the same time, they are doing the business professionally. They got high profit and high return for their investor. So at the end, they're becoming the blue chip. So I expect that more and more Indonesian companies, including state-owned enterprise like Pertamina, PLN, and others, and of course, the big private sector, and also I like to urge also the small and medium enterprise trying to be involved in this carbon trading mechanism. Again, you have to treat this carbon trade activities as an asset. You have to really upgrade your asset class when you are trying to get the benefit from the stock market, from the carbon market in Indonesia. And don't forget, our potential in Indonesia is not just limited for Indonesia stock market, but also for other countries. I remember one of our neighbors in ASEAN really eager to be involved in Indonesia's Indonesia's carbon trading mechanism. But because maybe of some regulation, they haven't been able to do that. But it means the potential is there, not only the potential transaction, but I think the lucrative investment is there, then it's up to us as Indonesian really to provide the carbon trading mechanism at the best way we can do. So I believe Indonesia offers a lot, not only renewable energy, but again, the natural forest, and don't forget from our blue economy, mangrove and others. So there are a lot of things. But again, you cannot just leave the asset like that. You really need to manage the asset. You really to manage how to make the value of the asset much bigger than what we have now. I think that would be my kind of remark for this event. And again, I would like to congratulate anybody who has done successfully during this COP30 to do the carbon trading with potential buyers anywhere from the world. Thank you very much.
Assets is going only to be an asset if we don't manage the quality of the asset. So it has to be precise in terms of number and also transparent. Thank you, Prof. Bambang. Please stay healthy. Okay, next we want to introduce to you a potential project located in Sumba, Indonesia, which currently designed and developed by Reforest Action. And with 15 years of experience, over 1,000 projects, there are an array of expertise to offer. And I guess they will be a great partner to work with. Let's take a look at the next video. Actually, she's joining us online. Hilua Shora, can you hear me well? Okay, here we are. She's joining us online all the way from France. Please. We can see it. Please go ahead. We can see the screen very well. You can go ahead.
So it's really our specialty. We're working with project implementers everywhere in the world. Our expertise in the field of as well as due diligence and for the moment, and is looking now for investors to go to the next stage. So the next slide, please. Yeah, digital. Going to be up to 20,000 hectares for the duration of 4 years. will take place having a little bit less potential overall in the island. I'm going to explain why on the next slide. In order to design this project with our three local partners, island is facing and how a community-based agriculture project I was saying that we have a high potential for because a large part of the island is now quite degraded with low carbon stocks due to over-deforestation that took place in previous centuries. The island is facing erosion, degraded soils, water scarcity, maybe a bit more than the other islands in Indonesia. Sumba is one of the only islands that is not volcanic and makes its soil quality and water availability. In the island, this is the first challenge spanning planet and nature. From the more from the point of view of livelihoods, this island is quite remote to the south of Indonesia, facing sometimes economic hardship and the smallholder agriculture that has sometimes a lower level of incomes, lower level of machinery and there is for the smallholders at least sometimes limited economic participation. You may know the beautiful ikat the woven fabric that are prepared. It is still difficult for many families to make good living out of it. In the value chains, there is also a lot of room for improvements because the market, the products have a low value at farm gate. Although when they are exported to Bali or Jakarta or overseas, the price is much higher than for the same product. There are many intermediaries that are capturing the value, and the farmers, when they are isolated, have a low bargaining power. And finally, with this project, we want to act on gender equity. Even though women have enough standing in agriculture and entrepreneurs, sometimes their role is not recognized widely in the community, and their voices sometimes are not very well represented, especially in decision making. So through this project, we want to address not only carbon sequestration, but this whole core challenges that we and working next slide, working on the just to define first of all, of course, there is the technical plantation project models and 3 agroforestry plantation models, each one designed for a specific context and farmer need. But it's not only about planting trees, it's also about bringing back the good conditions for the trees to grow and to stay in the long term, working on sustainable soil management practices, building water infrastructure where it's required, where the young trees need irrigation, and also including terracing, fencing, fire control where it's needed. We also want to empower the communities that will take part in this project so that they do not only plant fields, but also can take the most out of those fields. The project will roll out a 360 degrees training program in 100 villages with 15,000 households trained not only on sustainable land management, but also on business development. We want to create a dedicated governance with the 600 farmer groups that will take part in the project. this idea of working together and collectively on each other's field and helping each other is something really strong in Sumba and that we find fascinating. And this is something we want to build on and reinforce through the project. On the value chain side, we have identified together with our local partners 5 key commodities that will be planted and produced thanks to the project: sandalwood, candlenut, cashew, coffee, and timber. We want to create sustainable value chains for those 5 commodities, creating sustainable market links, finding buyers that will offer fair prices, and also helping the communities to work on post-harvest processing. For example, through village-owned businesses, the BOOMDES, or other initiatives. And finally, to work with women, we want the project to be inclusive at all stages, in consultation, in strategy, in recruitment, and ultimately in implementation. We'll offer targeted training in areas where women sometimes are not as proficient as men due to social gendered roles, for example, in financial or business or public outreach. And something that our local partners have highlighted, and we have highlighted when working together, is that this can only happen by building on the existing traditional roles. So we'll also take advantage of male leaders to advocate female voices in the communities. Next slide, please. Thanks to those 4 pillars, we'll be able to develop a high integrity, high impact project with co-benefits, not only carbon sequestration, although we're really proud of being able to offer 6.3 million tons CO2 equivalent after 40 years, but also on the other topics, on biodiversity with 20 native species planted, 200 hectares of native forest restoration, on livelihoods and value chains with 4 productive models with 2,000 hectares of timber forest, 16,000 hectares of agroforestry with sandalwood, with fruit trees, water access projects, farmer groups strengthened, and 7,500 women involved and trained and supported through the projects. Last but not least, we have defined a benefit sharing mechanism. Those activities that were listed in the previous slide are already included in the project design because without them, the project could not have long-lasting impacts. But we also want a share of carbon credit sales revenues to flow back to the project communities because we want to keep them motivated and they will be able then to decide how this money will be invested in community projects. So this mechanism will be defined more during local stakeholder consultations. We want it to be transparent and fair.
Thank you, Hilwas. Thank you.
Is it? Am I over already?
Or you have a few minutes if you want to have a few statements that's important for you to say.
Okay. I have only 2 slides left, so maybe the next one, very quick. This project is about planting sandalwood. Sandalwood is a really emblematic species of Sumba Island. Sumba was once called Pulau Cendana, the sandalwood island. So it's a vulnerable species by the IUCN. It doesn't regenerate very well in the wild, and this project is going to plant many sandalwood trees to restore the sandalwood ecosystems. It also brings huge economic values for the farmers because it produced the heartwood of the sandalwood produced this precious oil that is used in perfumery, for example, or for worship. And this oil can only be produced after 15, 20 years. So it's really something that a short-term project couldn't do. This is why we need a long-term project, a carbon project, to be able to work on sandalwood. And I will finish on the last slide. I'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to do this presentation. We welcome the recent updates of the Indonesian carbon framework that are bringing much more clarity to investors, but also to projects, foreign project developers like us. We hope it will really give a strong signal for investors to start investing in projects in Indonesia. We are also really proud of this project in our team. It's very beautiful, it's high impact. It's only now at the pre-investment stage, so about to be registered on the SRN platform, and also we're looking for funds for a pilot and for potential off-takes agreements. So don't hesitate to reach out to us if you're interested. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hiloas. What a great project, because it takes a few points in SDG. So if anyone have an interest in that project, I will let you know how to approach them at the end of the program, okay? All right, next, to have access to high integrity, high quality carbon units, of course, we need an external body to validate, to verify the projects. So next speaker, he's from PT Anindya Wira Putra Consult. Please welcome Ramazan Vino.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Bom dia. Let me first introduce my name. My name is Ramazan Beram Sofiano, and I'm representing PT Anindya Wiraputra Consult, your green business partner. Next slide, please. So as we all know, that climate change is a huge issue that we are facing right now, right? So yesterday, the theme for this year's COP has always been the COP of truth. But we believe that truth does not always means regarding on how government gave their NDC report, but truth is also very important in the carbon ecosystem, because we see that there has been a lot of issues concerning the climate change that we are experiencing right now, not only as corporation, but we as people. We see that rising global temperature, extreme weather events that exist in our world. That is the reason why, if you see the news last night, there was a massive protest here, because we believe that the people deserve to get to know whether the truth, whether or not the carbon credit do give impact towards the society. But our company, our validation and verification body, does not always talk about the carbon market or carbon trading. But this is also regarding the emission report, whether or not the emission report in the sustainability report that exists within which a lot of company actually accurate. Next slide, please. This is why the carbon ecosystem became a very important case as we are going into the next COP or the next NDC reporting. We believe that there has to be a paradigm shift between climate crisis to climate opportunity. But let me first dissect who are all the important actors in this particular ecosystem, and how do we position ourselves as validation and verification body that exists in Indonesia, especially in the era of internationalization and multilateral environmental agreements such as UNFCCC, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement that has given the compulsion towards country to give their NDC reporting. We believe that government act as a regulator in this carbon ecosystem, which means that the government, with especially after the issuance of the presidential regulation number 110 year 2025, which means that there has been two kind of mechanism that exist in our country, which is one is the cap and trade system, what we call as PTBAEPU, and also there has been obviously the certification of carbon reduction, which became the carbon certificate that later be issued by the Indonesian government, or SPEI. But most importantly as well is this entities or the corporation that we already seen that sells the carbon credits and tell the world of the sustainability report. But then there comes the people or as beneficiaries. Obviously the people want to know whether or not any climate-based solution or climate reduction that exists by the entities is actually being validated. Is it actually being verified? Is it actually impactful to them? Is the process in accordance to the international standards? This is why our role becomes very important. We believe that because of the international standards that mandate all the project that exists to be validated by an independent validation and verification body. We believe that any validation and verification body becomes one of the key points in the carbon ecosystem that oftentimes being overlooked, right? This is why we came into this particular convention to tell you that we are also an important game changer in this particular market. Next slide. So basically, who are we? We are a PT Anindya Wiraputra Consult. We were founded in 1982, so we have done a lot of inspection and a lot of verification for other sectors as well that I'm going to give to you maybe after the session. But also in basically our VVB was founded in 2023 when we have become one of the most growing VVB in the country. We have more than 17 projects across Indonesia, and we have helped a lot of corporations, right? But why 2023? Because it is after the issuance of the presidential regulation number 98 year 2021, when there has been a formalization of the carbon ecosystem and carbon pricing in Indonesia. But secondly, we come to the era of cup of truth or high integrity carbon unit. But not only the integrity carbon unit, but the integrity of sustainability report or carbon emission reporting, which becomes also very important because a lot of companies are seeking green financing, for example, which carbon emission report become the prerequisite for that. We believe that although we are based in Indonesia, we are already comply with the International Organization for Standardization. We are operating in accordance with ISO 17029, ISO 14065, and ISO 14063. But most importantly, this is not about only our services, but it's also, we're talking about our team that also consists of experts that already been certified under ISO 14066 with extensive experience in conducting validation and verification. But secondly, that is also very much important. We are one of the only VVBs that is already been accredited by two major entities. One is the National Accreditation Committee or CAN, but secondly also by the Indonesian government via the Ministry of Environment or the Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup. Therefore, we are already been registered under our registry, which is the System Registry Nasional that exists within the Ministry of Environment. So therefore, our scope of work, which became very unique and very big. Not only that we do project validation, which is the PDD or the verification, which later can be issued for the carbon credit. But not only that, we are also do organizational verification for the non-carbon pricing scheme. Because usually right now, under the, even a lot of corporations who might not want to join in the carbon pricing, but oftentimes they want to have a sustainability report. Of course, they need to do a certain types of reporting in their scope 1 emission or scope 2 emission and scope 3 emission. This is where our qualities come because our companies is already been accredited nationally, and even right now, especially with the increase of the MRA between Indonesia and other entities such as FERA and Gold Standard and also Japan, we believe that we also been recognized in that, we have to be recognized in that particular MRA so that every carbon credit that being verified by us can be sold abroad. Therefore, this is also a unique opportunity for a lot of corporation. But thirdly, also in terms of the carbon the carbon cap and trade system, which is the PT BPLH, we are also been recognized by the Ministry of Minerals in terms of the verification of their emission reports. Therefore, we already have a huge scope of work which become our, therefore we say ourselves we are your green business solution. We might not sell any carbon credit here, but we sell the prerequisite so that your carbon credit can be sold nationally and internationally. Therefore, we are very proud to be here. Next slide, please. Therefore, this is like our activities. We have conducted a lot of organizational verification. One of them is in the PT Tata Metal, which is located near the Jakarta area. We've verified their organization and their scope 1 and scope 2 emission. Next slide. So for more information, you can contact us. So we have our link towards to our company profile in terms of our LVV or VVB, but we also have our website because our services does not only stop as on the greenhouse gas emission reporting, but it's also other things such as export and import, but we are also done such as the VPTI or TKDN quantification. So thank you so much, everyone. I will be here from until tomorrow, and we can meet and also discuss our future projects. But before I finish the speech, there will be a video that will be shown about our company. So thank you so much, everyone. Terima kasih, and can't wait to be your green business partner solution. Thank you so much, everyone.
quality and trust are never built overnight. They are earned through integrity, precision, and time. Sustaining them for over 4 decades is no easy feat. Unless you are driven by the right people. Anindia consistently provides end-to-end solutions for verification and validation across every sector of Indonesia's industry. Our VPTI inspectors guard the eligibility of every item imported into Indonesia while minimizing potential losses. Trusted to conduct domestic component-level verification to support and protect the local industry. We act as a reliable partner, ensuring every process runs transparently and efficiently for all industrial players. Assisting industries in obtaining greenhouse gas validation and verification in accordance with standards. Our LVV verifiers and validators ensure that every operation achieves target net zero emissions. From rugged fieldwork to precise laboratory analysis to maintain the quality of every commodity. Our coal division is ready to venture anywhere, conducting laboratory analysis with international grade precision to deliver the most accurate survey reports. Supported by seasoned professionals, our mineral division works with the same international standards, equipped with advanced technology to ensure our reports accurately reflect the quality of minerals, from site exploration, sampling, to processing and refining facilities. To guarantee safety and quality, our marine surveyors meticulously examine every inch of a vessel, starting from the exterior to the lower decks and bridge. Our greatest strength lies in our people, analysts, chemists, surveyors, and inspectors. They are the people who strive for integrity and accuracy to propel us ever forward. And enhanced with a strong international network, no location is beyond our reach. With a team ready to serve anywhere and anytime, for every surveying, verification, and validation needs. We don't just verify. We ensure confidence in every trade, every shipment, and every step forward. Anindia, your trusted partner in quality and compliance.
What a great service by PT Anindia, providing a full service, all-rounded service in generating high-quality carbon units. Thank you very much for the presentation, Vino. Okay, moving on to the next one. We have 4 sustainable forest product projects in Indonesia, and I will introduce them one by one. Being the first one, she's from PT Nusantara Raya Solusi NRS. Please welcome Ibu Mayang Pratiwi.
Selamat siang, Bontard, and good afternoon from Indonesia to Brazil and from all over the world. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud here today to introduce our project as a CEO and project lead manager of SBK, South Barito Kapuas project. In this very esteemed season, the seller meet buyer in COP 30th COP30 in Belém, Brazil. Next slide, please. SBK is a project, forest conservation project by Neoterra, spanning dryland and peatland across 40,000 hectares in central Kalimantan, Indonesia. The concession sits among 10 villages with roughly about 15,000 people around the area. So community alignment is not a side program. It is the core of permanence. And under FERA VCS standard, the project aiming to generate about 1 million credit annually. Next, please. What buyers actually get if they buy our carbon credit? From environmental value, avoided emission and removals across peat and mineral soils, biodiversity, and fire risk mitigation are embedded in our operation. Next, on the biodiversity, next slide. In the biodiversity, as we all know that Indonesia is a beating heart of global biodiversity, with more unique species of plants, animals, birds, fishes, and any other country. And these are our key species in SBK project. Next, in terms of community, we believe that conservation must bring shared prosperity. Economic incentive from the project will generate revenue, and they are reinvested into community development program. The SBK project not only address climate change, but also contribute and driving to the 17 SDGs goals. And then the next slide, in terms of activities, the South Barito Kapuas project has already implemented a range of activities to ensure effective forest restoration and protection. And together, this measure will strengthen the ecosystem resilience, reduce fire risk, and restore biodiversity across the concession. And lastly, about the collaboration for impact, we have this landmark initiative in our project. So we will have the Fire Watch Tower and the Welcome Center. It is designed by a renowned Japanese architect, Mr. Kongo Kumasan. It will reflect a future where people and nature actually walk side by side and allowing both to flourish without taking from one another. Next, this is the certification timeline. So this project has been validated by the VVB, which is Rina Services, earlier this year. And we are expecting our first carbon credit to be issued hopefully by March next year. And as we speak, the VVB is actually on site doing the site verification. And on top of that, we are also undergoing a B0 rating, which result targeted by mid-December this year. And we are expecting to have AA rating outcome. And then the next CCB first validation and verification, we'll aim to have it by 2027, and the following joint second verification with the issuance targets in 2028. And hopefully this gives you perspective and idea about the important milestone of SBK's project. If time allows, I would like to invite you to watch our video. But before that, thank you very much for your time today. It's been a great honor to address such a respectable audience. And if anyone wants to buy our credit, please talk to me afterward. Obrigado and God bless.
Okay, let's play the video. Okay. Due to time limit, I guess I have to finish off with all the speakers first. So I'll invite the next speaker. Actually, he's joining us online already, Mr. Bush Pangestu from PT Global Alam Lestari. I think it's a very late evening in Indonesia. Okay, you may proceed, please. Thank you.
Peatland Project, or SMPP. Yeah, our flagship nature-based solutions project in South Sumatra, Indonesia. Next slide, please. Okay, so the SMPP is a collaboration between PT GAL, Global Almastari, and Forest Carbon, restoring over 22,000 hectares of degraded peatland rainforest. We are registered under the FAIR FECS number 1899, and then we obtained CCB Gold rating. Under the BM7 methodology, we generate around 1.2 million PCUs per year. Next slide, please. So the journey started in 2013 when Pitigal obtained a concession license from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. By 2016, the project officially launched and secured a $6 million investment from Altelia Climate Fund to develop SMPP. In 2019, we achieved our first carbon issuance, and by 2021, we fully repaid our investors. To date, project has issued 2.6 million credits with another 3.4 million ready for issuance. Next slide, please. This is our credibility. It's independently verified from the science, is peer reviewed. We are recognized by the World Economic Forum as an ANSEAS Lighthouse Projects, one of the out of 6, and we are rated A by B0. So next slide, please. So this is like beyond the numbers. Yeah, what really matters is the transformation on the ground. If you can see here, it shows here a clear difference between 2016 and 2014. In 2016, there was a degraded, drain, and fire-prone peatland. And now in 2024, it's now become a vibrant green landscape, yeah, with restored vegetation and stable water levels. So it's a visual proof of nature's recovery, and it teaches us how consistent restoration can reverse decades of damage. Next slide, please. So since 2016, we have over 4.3 million tons equivalent of emissions that have been reduced and verified. We have employed 70% of local staff from the communities. We have improved over 8,000 improved the lives of 8,000 community members with sanitation and access to healthcare, and most importantly, we have protected more than 40 rare and threatened species, including, and the next slide, please. Okay, including the Sumatran tiger, the silvery lotum, the agile gibbon, and the rhinoceros hornbill. Yeah, I mean, to close with, I think we shows, the SMPP shows how high integrity carbon projects can restore ecosystems, empower communities, and deliver measurable climate actions. We're looking forward to your collaboration, and we thank you for your time in the COP30 Belém. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bush, for staying up awake at this hour. Thank you. We'll talk to you again later. Okay, the next one we have PT Rimba Makmur Utama, RMU, which will be presented by Bapak Darsono Hartono through the video.
Hello from Jakarta. My name is Darsono Hartono. I'm the CEO of PT Rimba Makmur Utama, or RMU. It's an honor to join you at the Indonesian Pavillion at COP30 Brazil. At the Sellers Meet Buyers session, New Era of the Carbon Project in Indonesia. RMU managed Katingan Mentaya project, the world's largest nature-based solution registered by Verra, covering more than 150,000 hectares of peatland forest in central Kalimantan. These forests store massive carbon stock, preventing millions of tons of emission every year, and providing habitat for endangered species like orangutan, proboscis monkeys, clouded leopard, and Sunda pangolin. But more than that, the Katingan Mentaya project is a living example of how climate action, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable livelihood can work hand in hand. The project was built on a simple but powerful idea that protecting forests can create both climate benefit and community prosperity. Since inception, it has avoided around 60 million tons of CO2 emission, showing how high integrity carbon market can support Indonesia follow Net Sink 2030 and net zero targets, while also improving local livelihood. Communities, once dependent on logging, now protect forests and run sustainable enterprises, from organic farming and aquaculture to women-led micro businesses such as virgin coconut oil and fish processing. We now work with 41 villages around the project area, improving well-being through health, education, wash, and livelihood program. Our floating posyandu, or a boat-based mobile clinic, deliver maternal and childcare to remote peatland villages. One of the strongest pillars of KMP is credibility. We're registered under Vera, certified triple Go CCB, rated AA by Silvera and B0. Proof that integrity, transparency, and impact drive everything we do. The Mantaya project remains fully active and currently in the process of verifying up to 18.5 million tons of emission reduction in its latest monitoring report, ready for transaction. I'm looking forward to any potential collaboration. Thank you.
Okay, that's the third one. We have the last one, and I think he's going to join us online. He's from Riau Andalan Pulp and Paper, or April. Bapak Nyoman Iswara Yoga. Pak Nyoman, can you hear me well? Okay, he will present the presentation through the video.
Hello, good morning to you all in Pavillion Indonesia at COP30 Belem. My apology for not being able to join you in person this morning. I would like to thank the Ministry of Forestry and Ministry of Environment who initiated and facilitated this meeting for projects like us to introduce and showcase progress on carbon project in Indonesia. Let me introduce myself. I am Nyoman Iswara Yoga, representing Restorasi Ecosystem Riau, commonly known as RER, an initiative under April Group. RER is a restoration initiative for protecting, conserving, and restoring peat ecosystem in the province of Riau at the heart of Sumatra Island. RER is operated by 4 different project proponents based on the ecosystem restoration licenses or concessions for 60 years granted by the Indonesia Ministry of Forestry. The project is covering more than 130,000 hectares of important peatland landscape on the island. Aligning with the climate, community, biodiversity approach through 4 pillars of protect, assess, restore, and manage, RER project is delivering a nature-based solutions greenhouse gases emission reduction that maintain and enhance the ecological value for the landscape to the impact of climate change. RER project is a habitat of more than 900 species, which over 80 of them are listed on the IUCN Red List, including 14 critically endangered species. On the ground, we are hand in hand with the local communities in preserving their traditional fisheries practice to manage natural resources sustainably and support their welfare through empowerment and livelihood development. The RER Carbon Project starts in 2016 through its first canal blocking activity, which continuously progressed to contribute to the emission reductions from the wetting of peatland and majorly to the avoidance of fire risks in the landscape. RER Carbon Project is validated under FERA VCS, applying VM0007 RED Plus methodology framework with activities for emission reduction through avoided plant deforestation, restoring wetland ecosystems, and conservation of intact wetlands through avoiding plant wetland degradation. The project is validated and completed its first MRV cycle for vintage between year 2016 and 2020, which we have credits ready for issuance to the amount of more than 13 million tons of CO2. Mindful of time this morning, I invite you to learn more on the project through the project page in FERA, VCS Project ID 2403, Project ID 2403, or visiting RER website www.recoforest.org, www.recoforest.org. Please be in touch. I will be very happy to provide you with more details information on our progress and have further talk on your interests to work together to support Indonesia emission reduction and contribution to the global climate goal. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you to all speakers for presenting in Carbon Connection for Climate Action. It is a brilliant program where innovative sellers and forward-thinking buyers all shared the same goal, and that's to build a robust and globally connected carbon market. Okay, so I think that's the end of it. But before you leave, I will have to show you a few things on the screen. The first one is the QR code for coaching clinic. So if you want to find out more about carbon market or carbon trading mechanism in Indonesia carbon exchange, and to access a high quality carbon units with the best security and convenient transaction, you can scan the code. And if you do the registration today, you will get the appointment the next day, which is tomorrow between 1 to 3 Brazil time. So for the audience joining online, you probably can adjust it according to your time zone. Okay, and that's one. The second one, should you have any interest, any queries, any questions regarding the proposed projects that's been presented earlier, you can scan the QR code. I think it's the next one, not this one. So there will be a list of projects that's going to be presented and was presented before. You can select it and just follow the prompt. And we will get back to you and we'll talk about that later on. Okay? The third one, okay, I think let's conclude and let's call it a day. We will have another forum, a similar one tomorrow, so please make sure you don't miss out, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
When forests burn, carbon escapes, biodiversity vanishes, and the world breathes smoke. In Boontok, we reverse the damage. Through canal blocking, we re-wet degraded heat and restore one of Earth's richest carbon sinks. Our trained patrols protect more than land, preventing illegal logging, encroachment, and fire.
This business that Neotera is doing is not only for the Indonesia, it is a project worldwide, it is for humanity.
With early warning systems and satellite data, we've reduced fire outbreaks by over 90%. Every ton of carbon is monitored, reported, and validated. Not just by humans, but by systems designed for truth. This is more than a tree. It's a livelihood. A path to school. A reason to stay rooted. From seed to canopy. This forest is cared for by the people who call it home. And because carbon revenues flow back to the village, the forest gives more than wages. It gives health, education, women's enterprise, and internet connection. This is what regeneration looks like, when nature and people rise together. When forests are left to heal, life comes home. Our teams monitor wildlife recovery with precision, using camera traps, data, and traditional knowledge. Protecting biodiversity isn't a co-benefit. It is the foundation of carbon resilience. This forest is more alive than ever. And thanks to you, it will stay that way.
In South Sumatra, a once thriving rainforest had become a silent, burnt-out swamp. Over decades, fires, drainage, and illegal logging stripped this ecosystem bare, leaving behind 23,000 hectares of degraded land. This was the beginning of the Sumatra Orang Peatland Project, a wounded landscape more than 3 times the size of Manhattan, and a commitment to bring it back to life. Launched with global investment, built to deliver impact. Alongside local communities, we began restoring the land together. Peat compaction dams were built to raise the water table and help the forest recover. Our real-time dashboards and sensors monitor water levels and fire risk, ensuring our team can respond quickly on the ground. To date, the project has issued over 4 million verified carbon credits. Backed by science, peer-reviewed, recognized globally for its credibility and scale. And the ultimate proof? Tigers, hornbills, and sun bears have returned. The forest sings again. Led by Forest Carbon and Global Al-Mustari through a long-term partnership that will continue for many years. This is restoration at scale, creating lasting impact.
Neck, check, one, two, three, one, hello, check, hello, one, two, three, C, oke, dah, ya, segini, dah, iya. C, C, check, one, two, three, one, two, three, hello, one, two, three, dah, oke, ya. C, one, two, three, check, check, one, two, three, one, two, check, dah, oke, ya. Dah ya, segini ya. Gaung. Oh ya, ya dah. Ya. One, two, one, two, one, two, three,
A. 1, 2, 3. A. 1, 1, 1. A. 1, 1. A. 1, 1. A. 1, 1. Ya, udah. Udah ya, segini ya. Udah.
Okay, welcome to Indonesia Pavilion. Selamat datang. Welcome to our international audience and speakers. I hope you enjoy your time here. Okay, let's talk about this scaling landscape restoration through carbon finance and partnerships. So, at the moment, the Ministry of Forestry Republic of Indonesia is working on a scheme to open this restoration business concession in degraded conservation area, which granting businesses the rights to manage them for 30 years or even more. So we will explore the strategic partnerships, the innovative financing mechanisms, including carbon market, blended finance, and also the partnerships across the value chain. But before we deep dive into the discussion, let's hear a keynote speech which will be presented by the Deputy for Coordination of Food Affordability and Security from the Ministry of Food Affairs Indonesia, Ibu Nani Hendiarti, through the pre-recorded video.
Excellencies, Ibu Laksmi Wijayanti, Director General of Sustainable Forest Management, Ministry of Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Edo Mahendra, Principal Advisor to the Indonesian Minister of Forestry, distinguished delegate speaker, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon. First, I would like to apologize for not being in person in this important sessions, and my appreciation to the organizer, particularly to Asia Pulp and Paper, Sinarmas and partner, for the strong commitment to advancing nature-based and inclusive climate action. As one of the world's most mega diverse countries, Indonesia is home to the tropical forests, mangrove, peatlands, and coral reef that serve as a lungs and the blue heart of the earth. Indonesia has the third largest tropical rainforest, with the mangrove forest around 3.4 million hectares. Those natural ecosystems are not only the foundation of the national prosperity, but also essential to the global climate stability, which could serve as carbon sink and home to unparalleled biodiversity. The government of Indonesia has made several forest-related policy changes to improve sustainable forest management, protect the environment, and overcome various challenges, such as the Government Regulation Number 27/2025 regarding protection and management of the mangrove ecosystem that enforce strict rules to preserve and restore mangroves both inside and outside forest area. Also, the Presidential Decree on Number 110/2025 regarding value of carbon economy as the key instrument for the climate change mitigation and adaptation. It specifically regulates the opening of the international carbon trading and the direct recognition of the carbon unit certified by the internationally with the high integrity and standards and methodologies. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, in the field of nature, following our good collaboration on the mangrove development for climate, Indonesia and the UAE have agreed to initiate and promote the Mangrove Alliance for Climate, or MAC, since its formation at COP28 in Dubai in 2022, as a strategic platform to make joint and inclusive effort in the global climate action related with the mangrove conservation and restoration. Our partnership will be expanding into new initiative, which is the Indonesia and UAE Nature and Climate Partnership that agreed upon through the LOI and further strengthened during bilateral meetings in New York on the margins of the 80th United Nations General Assembly. Also will be discussed in more detail during the workshop in Jakarta next week. This partnership will focus on the forest management and restoration, ecosystem and biodiversity conservation, and the promotion of the nature-based solution for climate actions, and will be announced in January 2026. The future project is prepared comprehensively based on what Indonesia needs and transparently with public accountability and inclusive participation. We will implement pilot project under the Public-Private Community Partnership or PPCP model, which will increase investment to support land and forest restoration and conservation, including mangrove and peatland. This will ensure that local communities get beneficiaries. My last, in the good momentum, I invite all partners, national and international, to turn our commitment into action. If we protect our nature, then we also protect our future. Thank you and wish for fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Well, what a privilege. This forum is attended by as many as 5 prominent speakers and 2 keynote speakers. So I would like to invite the second keynote speaker. She is the Director General Sustainable Forest Management from the Ministry of Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, the superwoman Ibu Laksmi Wijayanti.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to address you today at this important forum on scaling landscape restoration through carbon finance and partnerships. Gathered here in Belem, surrounded by one of the world's most vital ecosystems, we are reminded that the solutions to the global climate challenge must begin with how we value and manage our natural resources. For Indonesia, this is not an abstract commitment. It is a national priority. Forests and peatlands form the backbone of our climate strategy and the foundation of our people's livelihoods. They are central to our vision of achieving a forestry and other land use or FOLU net sink by 2030, as set out in our enhanced nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. We have also recently launched our second NDC target as part of this ongoing commitment. Indonesia's progress over the past decade has demonstrated that growth and conservation can go hand in hand. Through strong governance, better enforcement, and active community participation, our deforestation rate has declined since 2016. Building on this progress, we are now focused on scaling restoration and sustainable management. Our ecosystem restoration concessions will soon enable the private sector to manage degraded conservation areas under long-term licenses, ensuring both accountability and ecological performance. Through the Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan 2025-2045, we are exploring biodiversity credits as a way to channel investment into conservation outcomes. And through our social forestry program, more than 8 million hectares have been allocated to local communities, turning them into direct partners in managing and protecting our forests. These policy instruments form the enabling environments for landscape restoration at scale. But policy alone is not enough. We need collaboration, innovation, and trust. Carbon finance and blended funding models offer a new way forward, connecting global capital with local action. If implemented with integrity, this mechanism can help restore millions of hectares, support sustainable livelihoods, and strengthen the credibility of nature-based climate solutions. We are encouraged by the partnerships already emerging across Indonesia between government agencies, companies, civil societies, and communities to advance shared restoration goals. Events like today's session are vital to deepening these relationships and ensuring that financing mechanisms truly reflect the realities on the ground. As we continue our journey, Indonesia remains committed to openness and collaboration. We welcome engagement from all partners, investors, researchers, private sectors, and development organizations to help us regenerate our landscapes and secure the well-being of both people and planet. Restoring nature is not just a technical challenge, it is an act of shared responsibility and of faith that working together we can build a future that is both sustainable and just. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Yanti, for mentioning that economic growth and conservation can go hand in hand. And I think that's the whole reason why we're all here, right? Okay, let's get started with the discussion by inviting our moderator. He's the Executive Director of the Tropical Forest Alliance from World Economic Forum, Jack Hurd.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody, for coming today. We're here to talk about scaling landscape restoration. I hope you're all in the right place. And I'd like to thank the Indonesian government and the pavilion for adjusting the temperature. It's a little bit like Surabaya in here, and we all feel good about that. A nice warm tropical time in the wet season. So, as mentioned, my name is Jack Hurd. I head the Tropical Forest Alliance, and I also lead something called the Earth Systems Agenda at the World Economic Forum. And what this means is that our work on forestry and our work in the ocean. And so that encompasses both the topics we're going to be speaking about today. What we're going to do is I'm going to be joined by this wonderful panel of experts. We're going to have a few questions, a few answers. We may have a slide or two to present. And then we'll open it up for questions from the floor if you guys can all hear me. And if I've managed the time appropriately, which is a big question. So actually what I'd like to do is maybe I'd like to ask all the panelists to come sit down here, and then I'll introduce you one by one. I think that might be nice. So Marissa and Emily and Jasmine and Ria and Edu, please, you can sit where I'll probably sit here, I guess. This makes sense. Okay, so let's see, we're gonna introduce them one by one. So Pak Edu Maharinda is a principal advisor for the Ministry of Forestry. Thank you very much, Pak, for being here. Jasmine Prihartini is the head of landscape conservation and environment at APP. Thank you, Ibu Jasmine, for coming. Emily Landis is the Global Climate and Ocean Director is what I have, but it says up here, you're in charge of global climate adaptation and resilience. So we'll give you that title for the day, Emily. Thank you very much for coming. Marissa is the Chief Sustainability Officer at Standard Charter, and Ria Marsudi is the CEO of Fair Atmos, which is an organization based in Jakarta as well. So we've got a lot of different people. We've got a lot of different perspectives. We're going to have a few questions and discussion, and then we're going to see where we go. But what I'm going to do first, Pak Edu, I'm going to start with you because I know you've got a couple of slides you want to share that sort of sets the stage for where the government is on this issue. And I think we've asked Pak to come here today because the real question is, over the last year, we've witnessed some maybe rolling back of commitments on the global level around climate issues and nature issues. And you're obviously in an important position as the principal advisor to the Ministry of Forestry. So the question is, I guess, is how do you define the role of the ministry in setting the context and supporting restoration on a larger scale? And really, what is the role of policy? So we'll give you about 4 or 5 minutes, if that's okay, to sort of work us through your slides, and we'll go from there. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Very good afternoon. Is it?
It's just afternoon.
Afternoon. Very good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, Bu Dirjen and all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I know my title there says Principal Advisor to the Minister. But I'm also happen to also be the senior advisor to the Indonesia Climate and Growth Dialogue. that is under Ibu Mari Pangestu as well. So I'm advising her as well. So please allow me to use another hat just for two minutes so that I can introduce some of the principles that I think also in line with what the government of Indonesia is working on to make sure that we have an effective carbon governance. So the ICGD, the Indonesia Commission Climate and Growth Dialogue, has issued a white paper that is called Building a High Integrity Carbon Market Ecosystem for Indonesia's Green Growth. This is a product of a collaboration with multi-sector partners so that we can contribute in the thought leadership in building a high integrity carbon market that should strengthen Indonesia's not only environment aspirations, economic aspirations, economic targets, but also competitiveness, social aspects, and that we can attract international finance and support national climate goals. Next. Great, I did my part, so I did that, I introduced, yeah. So, but basically, the beautiful thing about this is that actually the principles that are aligned in this report is also the principles that I also invest personally and are also shared by my boss, that is the Minister of Forestry. So what are our national priorities on how we should do, how we should build the carbon ecosystem for Indonesia that already has the new foundations, that is the Presidential Regulation number 110/2025. So number one, this is not in order of priorities. This is basically the aspects that we need to make sure that we can incorporate in our strategy in developing carbon market ecosystem in Indonesia. Number one, we need to make sure that we can channel domestic and international finance to high impact mitigation. I think that goes to without saying. Reduce cost of beating indices, enhance market liquidity, price signals, mitigate potential trade loss. This also relates to actually the potential of proliferation of CBAM. Yeah, so it's not only, it's not really under Ministry of Forestry, but still we need to make sure that Indonesia's competitiveness is even more developed, that can piggyback on the development of the new carbon market ecosystem. And also we cannot forget the socio-economic outcomes and development priorities coming from the new presidential regulation. So ladies and gentlemen, I think I would like to move to the next slide. I think this is more important. Back. Yes, okay. So out of these three components, I would say pillars: unlocking finance, balance the needs, the domestic targets, and how we can also contribute to the global public goods, and also to make sure we do some private investment capital recycling from these carbon principles. So there are 10. I'm going to try my best to just read them out and then give a little bit of color if it is necessary. Number one, we need to leverage Indonesia's high integrity mitigation potential to mobilize climate finance. This is the reason why a few months back in September, Ministry of Forestry signed an MOU with IETA, International Emission Trading Association. That is the demand side. We want quality demand. That is also the reason why on the 8th of November, Ministry of Forestry signed an MOU with the Integrity Council of the Frontier Carbon Market, ICVCM. That is to make sure that we know where to go. That is for the high quality, high integrity supply of carbon going forward. So we have the demand, we have the supply, and few days, I think yesterday, Ministry of Forestry was also present in the event to welcome the principles set by the coalition to grow the carbon markets by the UK, Singapore, Kenya, and few other countries. We welcome these principles, and we know that the secretariat of that is actually managed by VCMI, that also manage the standard for the high quality demand. So that's number one. Number two, I think goes without saying, we want to make sure that number three, identify appropriate coverage of mitigation under frontier and compliance schemes. That is now explicitly allowed under the new Presidential Regulation 110. The next block, the next building blocks, is to make sure that we can optimize the Article 6 as well. Ladies and gentlemen, in the previous regulatory regime, 98/2021, the VCM is not explicitly stated, and carbon markets is seen as a residual for the carbon ecosystem. That paradigm has been flipped. It is now a dawn of a new era whereby carbon pricing, carbon market is an instrument, it's instrumental. Before it was residual, now it is instrumental. Instrumental for what? Instrumental for the achievement of our aspiration. Hence our NDC, and for the Minister of Forestry, that is the the follow net sink 2030. What is the end game for that? That is to support economic development. That is to make sure that with this carbon financing, we can unlock transitional capital, climate financing as much as possible from different channels, so then we can create new sources of growth, new sources to support upward social mobility, and to make sure that our aspiration, environment aspiration is reached. So that's why we also prioritize quick wins. We are not close to Article 6, for instance. Now we can open, but we want to make sure that we do it right. So we have to make sure that, when we sell the CA, because there is an export of carbon credits, then we make sure that we can reinvest that capital into low-cost mitigation activities for our NDC, so that virtuous cycle can be achieved with this new strategy. I think that's all to answer your first question related to the new Presidential Regulation number 110/2025. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Pak. I mean, this is great that you've been able to show these slides, because it really does a great job of outlining what is critically important for this work to take off in Indonesia. And I think, as you said, it's instrumental, not residual, in going to achieve the Afolu Net Sink 2030 goal. So thanks very much for going through that, Pak. So now I'm going to move down to Marissa. And Marissa, you work with an institutional investor. And so we're interested from your perspective, what are the key barriers that you face as an institutional investor in allocating capital to restoration-related carbon projects? And how can we really improve the bankability of those things going forward, especially, in light of some of the ideas that Pak has put up here on the stage?
Sure.
Thanks.
So first of all, I have to commend the government of Indonesia, because this is a very considered approach. You can see how detailed this is, and that is, in our opinion, to make markets confident and to galvanize capital at scale, you really do need to see a holistic plan. And that is part of the development of any new market, is commonality of standards, very clear and transparent communication, sort of rules, systems, and so on. So that is all the path to doing exactly what you're asking me, which is how do we make it bankable and how do we effectively reduce risk? What do we see? So just a little bit of background. At Standard Chartered, our marketplace is the developing economies. Indonesia is such a core market of ours. We've been in Indonesia more than 100 years. And equally, I was delighted to hear about the MOU between the Middle East, because the Middle East is also a core market of ours. So there's a pattern here when we get like-minded countries together, because the power and scale also creates market liquidity. But the way we think about the carbon markets is as both a facilitator to try to help mature the ecosystem. 2 is to help participate in standard setting, for the very reason that if we have harmony of standards, then we can have global adoption. 3 is we are very, very keen on providing liquidity in the markets so that countries can monetize their carbon credits when they generate them. 4 is transparency, so that it's very clear what we mean when we say high integrity. And all of these things then come together to break down the barriers that we sometimes face. So as an institution, I think we are the only bank that sits on the council of the ICVCM, the Integrity Council, that is help defining what those standards are for high integrity, and we're constantly making sure and trying to seek harmonization. So I'm also thrilled that on both the supply and demand side, the government in Indonesia is drafting under what I call the big umbrella of harmonization. But what do we often see as the building blocks or the stumbling blocks? We're a financing bank, so we both provide the capital, but often we act as the agent too. So if someone wants to monetize a credit, we will sell it for them. What we hear from the buyers, if we're talking about nature, is permanence. Right? If you're going to generate a carbon credit through reforestation, afforestation, regenerating nature, we need to make sure that that activity is going to stay for a very long time. Where things go wrong is when we're talking about time frames are 2, 3, 5 years. When you're restoring ecosystems, that is not a 6-month, 2-year program. That's a long-term thing. So again, Indonesia, talking about 30-year timetables, you're attacking some of the problems that we would otherwise face when people think in very short-term increments. Second thing is, when we are interacting with buyers, they want to have confidence that the credits are going to deliver what they say they are, right? You're buying something that's got to deliver ecosystem benefits. So the ability to be considered in terms of the additionality, right, and the measurement and the performance is something that's very critical to give confidence to the markets. So it's also why we've got to work really closely in partnership with those who are sitting on this stage. There is no way a bank can do this on our own. What are we good at? We can raise money, we can trade, we can bring buyers to the market, etc. But we are not policymakers. We need policy to participate. We're also not conservationists. And my friend from the Nature Conservancy, we love the Nature Conservancy, because what does the Nature Conservancy do? They are practitioners on the ground that can make sure that when you're restoring an ecosystem, it really will do what it says it's going to do about delivering those conservation benefits. And then we need corporates on the buy side, and we need all the other actors. So I think that is the one other unlock that I see over and over again is a ticket to making all this work.
Okay, super. Thank you very much, Marissa. And I think, you know, one of the points you made at the outset, this notion that this new policy can help reduce risks for people who are investing in this space. And obviously that's one of the reasons why the government's got this sorted out. I also just want to call attention to the 4 points you mentioned about, you know, maturing the ecosystem, dealing with standardization, facilitating liquidity, and providing transparency. These are obviously important elements in order for this market to really flourish. Okay, so we're gonna move over here now and ask Ibu Jasmine from APP. So, Ibu, you're a practitioner. APP is a very large land manager in Indonesia. What are APP's strategies for ensuring that you can deliver verifiable, credible impact, picking up on the word that Marissa used, verifiable, credible impact through your restoration projects? And I know you've just come out with a brand new sustainability strategy with some big targets in there on restoration. So over to you, please.
Thank you, Jack, for the question. For those who are not familiar with APP Group, we are a major integrated pulp, paper, and tissue industry with plantation and mills in Indonesia and China. APP employs more than 65,000 people globally, and our products are sold to more than 150 countries. So yeah, Jack, our sustainability journey started or began in 2012, where we launched the Sustainability Roadmap Vision 2020, followed by the Forest Conservation Policy in 2013, and then the Sustainability Roadmap Vision 2020 has been evolved into Sustainability Roadmap Vision 2030. And currently we are updating our commitment into the Regenesis 2050 that consists of 3 pillars. The first pillar is forest, where we talk about conserve and restore about 1 million landscape to achieve the to promote the ecosystem health. And then the second one is about the people, where we empower community and also uphold the human rights through the inclusive development. And then the third one is about the value chain, where we are creating shared value for the nature and also the climate through the responsible supplier management. So at APP Group, when we are talking about credibility and variability, impact are the core of our principle or our commitment, where through the Genesis we develop the science-based planning, data-driven monitoring, and also the verification. And then we start this process by doing the comprehensive baseline assessment, where we also doing the hydrology mapping and then pit inventory, also look at for what is the previous ecosystem in the area before, and then after that we creating our long-term restoration planning, then for doing the restoration, because our restoration program or project is very site specific. That's why we need the basic data for us in order to do the right restoration in the area. And then to track the progress of the restoration, we combine the technology. We use the satellite imagery and also the LiDAR for us to monitor the revegetation and also for the prevention for the fire. And then importantly is the verification. We are collaborate with third party and also the university and NGO, so we can ensure that our data that we are doing is aligned with the global standard. And then by integrating the science, technology and transparency, it is allow us to deliver data that is right. So yeah, thank you.
Super, thank you very much. And for anybody who has seen the Regenesis 2030 strategy, it's a pretty comprehensive set of documents. There's a lot of really good thinking in there. And I think, as you've mentioned, the evolution from 2012 to where you are now shows 13 years of solid learning on top of some experiences from before that period of time as well. So it's great to see APP moving in this direction, and clearly some of the work that Pak has mentioned earlier around the carbon credit market is going to be important there. We're going to move to Ria. So Ria, how does Fair Atmos approach integrity in the carbon markets? And this is clearly something that's come up, the notion of integrity. How do you focus on the integrity in the carbon markets to ensure that credits generally reflect measurable restoration outcomes? And I'll just remember that Marissa had talked about the issue of permanence, and she had talked about the issue of additionality as well. So thank you.
Right, thanks so much, Jack. First of all, thank you, Ibu Elim and the APP team to have me in this panel. It's a great panel, and I've been learning a lot from the previous speakers. A little bit of introduction for Fair Atmos. We are a landscape restoration and blue carbon project developer, and we're very honored to already been working with APP as well in developing large-scale landscape restoration. And we're also active in advocating for carbon policy across ASEAN. So I think your question, how do we ensure integrity, right? We're very glad that we are convening here today in 2025, where there has been a lot of learning and a lot of collective science that has already helped us to define what is high integrity project today. So number one, we do choose the selection of methodology that is passing most of the case, CCP, or Carbon Core Principle by the ICVCM. We have been, a great collaborator together with Amy in really trusting that the methodology that has passed the ICVCM and CCP has already passed through the additionality questions. Permanence / if I may say it, in the world of restoration, is about durability, the longest durability. That's number two. And also the question also about co-benefits, right? So a lot of the work that we do right now we've been working with more than 400 concessions across Southeast Asia, is try to help them adapt and try to help them embrace restoration methodologies. That today, a lot would require dynamic baselining. So like what Bu Jasmine already mentioned, baseline is everything to ensure integrity. And now the onus for project developers is to apply this scientific methodology to choose the right baseline for you to compare to, so then a ton of additional credit is a ton of additional credit. It is a lot of work. We can't cover this in like one panel, but when you want to really choose the right comparison to what your intervention is, it's a lot of work, a lot of science, and a lot of technology needs to be applied. But that's just the first thing. The second thing is actually doing it on the ground. We need to upskill a lot of our technical forestry people to really understand how do you measure the right above ground biomass. Maybe it's good to do a sample of like 10% of our 30 by 30 meters, but when you're talking about large scale restoration, you're talking about 200,000 hectares of area that you want to replant. How do you use LiDAR technology? How do you use all of these new approaches that allow you to still not compromise the level of integrity when it's like 20,000 times the size of your sample plots, right? So that's a lot of, training, upskilling, again, collaborating, because there are a lot of great projects out there who has already implemented different things. And it is already time for Indonesia to also meet that level of standards. And last but not least, and I will touch on your next question actually on the monitoring part, right? So none of these would matter if we cannot communicate it well. So those three, I think it's, the bare minimum that we need to apply. It is a lot of work, Jack. So I'm keen to also hear how the panel find ways to go through this as a challenge for us all. Thank you.
Yeah, super. Thanks very much, Ria. I mean, I feel like, if we started with the setting of the policy and now we're talking about monitoring, so we're moving sort of up the pathway or down the pathway. I also just want to call attention to that distinction or evolution in terminology between permanence and durability. It's not a between thing, but I think we all know permanence is the language we have. What permanence means in any sector, let alone the land use sector, is something that is worth considering. But we know that everybody has to be investing time and energy in the types of things that are going to be important to be as permanent or as durable as possible. So thanks very much for that. Emily, we're going to end with you on this round of questions. So you're with the Nature Conservancy. I think what would be really interesting to get a sense of is how can policymakers and regional governments, and obviously they're really important in a country like Indonesia, regional governments or provincial governments and below, how can they better coordinate with international standards such as the Integrity Council for Voluntary Carbon Markets and Article 6 mechanisms? How do we make that sync together?
If I had the actual answer, I think we could all leave, but I will try my best. First, the Nature Conservancy, we are over 80 different countries worldwide. We also have a partner organization called YCAN in Indonesia. So we've been doing carbon market work for many, many, many years. With that has come many, many challenges, and policy being one of the biggest holdups. So I'll give two examples. The first one is actually in the United States. We are currently doing the biggest eelgrass restoration project in the world in the Virginia Coast Reserve. It's an amazing project, but the biggest holdup we had, which took 5 years, was policy. So we had this great project. We knew it could generate carbon credits. It could help pay for the monitoring and conservation of the seagrass, which the government had to pay for. And we were saying, hey, if we sell these carbon credits, we can pay for the restoration. We can pay for the monitoring. Like, this is saving you money. Thought it was an easy sell. It was not. So we then had to spend a long amount of time working with the national and then also the Virginia government to pass a law. So we had to pass a law to allow the restoration conservation of the work to generate carbon credits because it had never been done before in the state. And so I would say that had we have known that policy component would have taken 5 years, we probably would have started there first. But it does just signal that a lot of these governments are excited, but they just don't know how to do it. And so I think the issue even was with the verified carbon standard. With the VERA methodology, it didn't even take into account a state government. So we had to rewrite the actual methodology so the state could sell the credit. So it's some of these things are at the most basic level that you think that they're understanding, and it's not there. And so that really just takes time to build up. The second is, I think a lot of countries hear about Article 6, they see the money, they think, oh my goodness, carbon markets are going to save us, it's going to pay for everything. And it actually isn't. There's very few places, especially in coastal ecosystems, where it's going to generate enough revenue to justify the project. And so one of the places we work in is in Papua New Guinea. And so we've been working there for many, many years, doing an amazing project with women called Women Market Mary, which is women in the mangroves selling mud crabs to help their economic livelihoods. But the big thing was they were like, let's do a carbon market project. Let's do a carbon market project. The government came in and said, we're super interested in this carbon market project. They said Article 6. They sorted out Article 6 for exactly how this project would work in the mangroves. And then we brought in the scientists. And there was no loss of mangroves. There was no threat of loss of mangroves. And there was no way we could justify, as the Nature Conservancy, as a science-based organization, that this is a carbon market project. And so we had to go back to the drawing board with the government and say, we still want to recognize you have protected these pristine mangroves. Thank you. And so we just launched actually this week the blue carbon policy that the national government has just endorsed and is now part of their NDC that has just been submitted. And so that is going to now signal to multilateral banks and different investors that way, hey, provide economic assistance to these communities who are actually doing the right thing by mangroves. So sometimes it's also about finding policy to shift as well.
I'm going to come to you in just a sec, Marissa. So were you finished, Emily, or no?
I can be. No, it's okay.
Are you finished or no? I'm going to come to you in just a sec, Marissa, but I just want to, you can hang on to that. Yeah. I just want to comment on one thing here. I think this is really interesting because I guess in both those examples, the first one you realize that actually we have to rewrite legislation in order to account for what we're trying to do. The second one seemed like a really good thing to do, but the carbon market was the wrong instrument to do it. And I think that's one thing for us all to think about, because we expect the carbon markets to solve a whole bunch of problems out there when it comes to nature-based solutions, but they're there to solve a very specific problem, not all problems. So, Marissa, I'm going to come to you, and then we're going to sort of work our way back up the line here. And you're able, I'm going to ask you a question, but you can follow up on what Emily said if you'd like to. So what I'm interested in, as we shift from just talking about the policy to now looking at scaling impact through public-private partnerships, these PPPs, if you will, they can play an important role in balancing short-term development priorities with long-term restoration ambitions. And what do you think is holding us back from having more of the types of partnerships that are necessary to get off the ground?
So if you don't mind, I did want to address your prior question.
Go for it.
And you absolutely had teed it up for me, because the carbon markets are not always the solution in every case. And we're working on a wonderful project in Indonesia, and this answers your second question, which is we have two conservation organizations, one international, one local. We have an organization which is effectively, for my words, an employee trade organization. So the benefits are going back to the people. It is a nature-based solution in the seaweed field, and it's the Indonesian government, where we're working together to take what is currently a commodity crop, which is subject to wild swings in commodity prices. So these workers, and there are many of them in the seaweed field in Indonesia that are working, aren't getting much more than very marginal money for the work that they're doing, because the product is a commodity. So it wouldn't be necessarily the dream carbon project, but talk about a nature ecosystem benefit. What we're working on is how do we upskill the product through processing. When you process seaweed, all of a sudden the value goes up somewhere between 3, 5, and sometimes 10 times. And now imagine if we get that money back into the local communities to help create livelihoods and jobs and continue to foster working in the seaweed field, which is a nature positive activity, and it protects other things that could happen from a developmental point of view, which then creates degradation. So talk about a virtuous circle. So I just wanted to touch on that for a second, because it gets to your point about then blending different skill sets and why or how can we do more of this. Sometimes it's getting the right actors in the room. And one of the areas where I observe often is in these complex financing projects, who's missing in the room? The ultimate beneficiaries. And I think we need to do more of that, because it's the people who are going to ultimately receive the benefit of a lot of this, and they can be the best stewards of the land, which creates the incremental benefits that we can all measure, and then the system starts to work in a very comprehensive and productive way. So 2 things I would say on that is make sure that we are thinking much more holistically about who belongs in the room in blended finance, and then secondly, make sure that we're really dissecting what each of these parties bring to the table, whether it's a specific policy intervention, whether it's a different form of a cost of capital which can buy down the overall project cost to make it affordable and viable, or if it's some other benefit that is missing in that project.
Yeah, that's super, Marissa. Thank you for that, because I think often we throw around this term public-private partnership like it's going to solve everything. And in the end, so many of these issues are going to require, yes, public policy to set the framework, yes, corporate engagement to sort of drive value into the system, but yes, also innovative finance, and yes, also civil society and community engagement. And there's probably a few other things in there, like good, solid biophysical and socioeconomic data, decision support tools, and things like that. So, thanks for pointing that out, Marissa. Okay, Edu, we're going to go back to you. So you have two roles as an advisor, senior advisor, and so I'm going to ask about the forestry ministry, if I may. So Edo, Indonesia's forest ministry is currently working on a scheme to open restoration business concessions integrated conservation areas, or it's reopening a scheme, granting businesses rights to manage them for 30 years, which is our sort of definition of not quite permanence, but something close, right? So this could fundamentally change some things in terms of attracting in investment for nature-based solutions. Can you share a little bit on what brought that policy about after many, many decades of land management experience in the Indonesian Ministry of Forestry has many decades of land management experience? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So basically, there have been changes, right? There have been changes, and we are now open basically 3 boxes of opportunities for climate financing, which includes carbon financing. And one of those is actually for conservation. And this relates very explicitly and directly with the directive from the president himself. In his speech in the UNGA in September, the president clearly said that we have a target of replanting 12 million hectares for that. So this means a huge opportunity for ARR activities. Now the question comes, can the government do it ourselves? The answer is very clear. We cannot. This is a very tough burden, ambitious. It shows a clear ambition, high aspiration, but we need a strategy on how to make it happen. Now, with this new presidential regulation, we can make it happen because we open all channels. Now, what should we do to make sure that the efforts will be for nothing, that the efforts will be effective? The first thing we have to do is we have to look back so that we can leap forward. Hence, that is the enforcement for the past, related to things of the past. And I think the current government has already done a very strong message of enforcement related to illegal activities. And not only on mining, but also related to illegal forestry activities. And that is meaning looking at the past. So what is now, what we're doing now? So we have to create a clear regulatory foundation system so that people can move forward. What is that? That is the introduction of the new regulation. The new presidential regulation is just a start. That one that was announced, signed by the president a few weeks ago, that's just a start, creating the foundation for all the openings of the potential climate financing. So what's next after this? So number one, for example, we have to make sure that we meet the standards. That's why we have to make sure that we meet the standards, the international acceptance. 30 years is good. I know FERA requires 40 years. So we have to look into that. And we have to make sure that, once we meet the standards open so that we know that this can be financed, right? The regulation provide the credibility, the clarity, and the accountability. The standards will provide the acceptability of the market. So the market can work because the government cannot do it by ourselves. Now, going forward, to make sure permanence, to make sure durability, what to do? We have to make sure that we should connect the non-environment aspect into this replantation ARR activities. How to do it? We have to make sure that we we build, we construct the social aspects surrounding that area. Hence comes the social forestry into the equation. Look, people do illegal activities sometimes out of necessity. So the government, everyone, all stakeholders, including private sector, have to find a way to make sure that these people can have their livelihoods improved and also potential so that they can get upward social mobility. So we cannot just do the ARR activities in vacuum. We have to look how to make sure that we can improve the socio-economic aspects within the buffer zone and around that area. so that even after the crediting period finishes, the people don't have, to do illegal activities again, so that they are not forced to do it because they have the livelihoods. If we combine the social forestry replantation, we can improve the agroforestry. We work the private sector to make sure that there are off-takers. Otherwise, with just production, but there is no off-take. People will go into default, right? So we have to make sure that this is also incorporated into that. And what's next? That we have to combine. Carbon credit is not the answer. We need blended financing as well. Blended financing so that this can finance the agroforestry part of that. So we have the carbon credit. We have the services. That's the carbon credit, right? We have the goods and services. The goods are the agroforestry. We can make them together so that we can make sure that the permanence, the durability comes not only because of the regulation, not only because of the standards, but also comes from the real aspiration from the people, because they have now freedom. They are capable to choose, and they have a stream of revenues, right? Freedom to choose legal activities that will give formal income, stable revenue stream that is coming not only from carbon, but also from the new sources of economic activities for them. And this is what we mean by also high quality of growth, new sources of growth that can support our 8% target coming from the president.
Yeah, that's super, Pak. I think, it is really interesting. I like this phrase, look back to leap forward, because that's clearly, there's been a lot of lessons learned over the years in Indonesia on the forest management and what's worked really well and where some lessons can be learned from. I also think the way you've been thinking about that from the new regulatory framework, so it's consistent with the standards, and therefore it's geared up to feed right into the market. And obviously that's going to be important for this to really take off. So thanks very much for that. Ibu Jasmine, so back with the thinking of APP on these issues, how does a practitioner like APP coordinate with governments, with NGOs, and with local communities to align some of the ambitions from your plans and the national goals with targets that you want to achieve or international targets under the government's NDCs?
Thank you. Yeah, for us, the coordination and collaboration is the heart of the Regenesis. So we are ensuring that we are aligned, like what Bu Laksmi mentioned before regarding the Indonesian Biodiversity Action Plan. We are ensuring that our Regenesis is aligned and follows that, and also to follow with the forestry and other land use, follow NetSync 2030. It is for the national level, but for the international level, we are ensuring that our program is follow the Society for Ecological Restoration. It is for the restoration, and also aligns with the Article 6 for cooperation mechanism under the Paris Agreement. Our aim is, of course, when you say it about, it is not just about the carbon credit, yes, but when we talk about the benefit sharing for the community, one of the possible things is the carbon credit and the biodiversity credit when it is ready. That's why we aim to produce the high quality integrity for the carbon credit and also the biodiversity credit. So we work. Of course, what we are doing is to support the government of Indonesia. We work closely with the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Forestry, and coordinating Ministry of Food Affairs. We would like that this, through this collaboration, the national policy and also to community action, the Regenesis can help to translate the Indonesian climate ambition. That's from me.
I was just noticing that you've mentioned 3 important ministries there. So when you're designing things, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Forestry, Ministry of Coordinating Food Affairs, like this is an important set of constituencies you have. Please.
That's the from the national. From the the national, but also we also collaborate with the local
Yeah, yeah,
government.
of course.
That's the most important things when we are doing our project or program. We also collaborate with the local government. But it is not just those three ministry. Actually, when we have a program that is related to the marine, we also working closely with them.
Yeah, of course, of course. It's just it demonstrates the complexity of the job that you have at hand, given the scale of the ambition with APP and just the complexity of linking to local government, linking to national government, linking to the international bodies and standards that you've mentioned as well.
Yeah, because when we want to implement the regenesis to achieve the 1 million hectare restoration or conservation, we cannot do it alone. We have to do it together. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, okay, Emily, I'm going to go back to you. So, with GNC, you supported the implementation of conservation and restoration projects in more than 15 countries, probably more than 15 countries. Can you, and you said a little bit about this at Papua New Guinea and the United States earlier, but can you share some of the key learnings that you've had from these projects and some of the enabling factors that you think have been necessary in driving effective partnerships? And I know you have 70 years of experience to draw on, so maybe you could just draw on a few of those years. Thanks.
Yeah, I can. I look good for 70. So one of the things that I lead is I'm on the steering committee of the Global Mangrove Alliance, which is actually part of the MAC, which was referenced here, the Mangrove Alliance for Climate. We're the implementing arm of the MAC and also the Mangrove Breakthrough at large. And one of the things that I learned, and we've been leading this now for 8 years, and we now have 200 NGOs that are part of the Global Mangrove Alliance. We have 14 country chapters that are implementing mangrove restoration and conservation at scale. We've also realized very early on as we started to build out these programs and work with these country chapters that local stakeholder engagement is the first thing you have to do. And you have to work with the communities. You have to understand exactly what their issue is and their problems that they're solving for, because local ecological knowledge surpasses anything that you can get in an ivory tower. And so really understanding what are the dynamics on the ground is going to lead to the best conservation outcomes. And so that's the number one thing we learned, and very quickly we pivoted to local ecological knowledge publications, making sure that the community members got first right in publications, recognizing country sovereign knowledge, and so not allowing that to be outsourced to other universities. And so that, I think, was our first thing, is really bringing it to the community level. The second was making sure that governments are on board. Governments, if they're not on board with these projects, it's really difficult to get them to move forward. So what we tend to do, though, is if you have the local community bought in, it is far easier to advocate at the national, subnational level. And then that helps you then advocate at the international level, which then leads to stronger nationally determined contributions. It clarifies Article 6. It can help with a lot of streamlining down the road. So I'd say policy is the number two that we've really had to work on. And then number three is a weird one, but it's humility. As an NGO, especially as a big NGO coming into this space, you have to come in, again, like that local ecological knowledge, but with the humility of you do not know everything. And so when you form these big partnerships, it's really important to build upon each other's strengths and know when to stand back and not take center stage. And I would say that that has made the Mangrove Alliance so successful and durable, is because we all showed humility. And when we come to the room, we don't say, I'm the Nature Conservancy. We say, I'm the Global Mangrove Alliance. And that makes a big difference when you're in a room and in a space and how you talk about your work. So those would be three.
Yeah, those are super lessons, especially coming from the perspective of a big NGO. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Ria, we're going to finish up this round with you. So we've talked a little bit to date about, one of the big debates in the voluntary carbon markets in recent years is this issue of integrity, of quality, and your term durability, right? So, what are the practical realities of balancing the importance of those with the urgency to get projects moving when there's such a demand and such just a general sense of urgency in this market, in this issue? How do you think about those things, maintaining credibility and real world benefits over decades with the need to get things going?
Yeah, no, thanks, Jack. I think it's a very timely question. To just give you a context before I answer how to balance, right? I think, voluntary carbon market at its peak around 2021 was a 1.5 billion US dollar market, right? And where it was, yes, last year, it is a 500 million market, right? As you can see, the only thing that's left, why even there's still that $500 million market of voluntary carbon market, is the market for integrity projects only. So when you're asking how do we balance, no, we don't balance. We just have to make a quality and high integrity project because there's no market otherwise, right? So do you really want to do this or not? So I think relating to the experience that Emily had, when a project does not meet our own standards of additionality, baseline, co-benefits, we choose not to proceed. Yes, there's a lot of question about a business model viability for carbon project developer. Yes, that's true. But then when you're talking about how we want to shape the market, voluntary market, that we do think still play a role in providing this alternative finance to conservation, right? That is the way to go. So I think the point about balancing, it comes through time, right? When we have the right level of demand that portrays and give conviction to asset owners and project developers that there are supply over there, that we're working towards applying all of this diligence to silver lining at the end of the tunnel, that the demand is coming. I think that would really help. So then more projects are being validated and developed, right? But I guess I want to share you one challenge as a project developer in this, coming towards a high integrity market, right? It feels sometimes like the goalposts always change. It's as if when, post 2022, right? With all the criticism, and I think the market does a lot of work to really regain and really upgrade the methodology and the approaches. Every time there is a new standards, for example, the CCP, then we just had a project where, okay, apparently meeting a CCP standard or like a Vera methodology standard is not enough. You have to apply the IFC sustainability framework standards. It's like another layer. And it's another standard that apparently like even the more mature institutions such as financial institutions cannot meet yet, right? So I guess there's this constant challenge of like talking about integrity and pushing upwards, which we all need to really put ourselves to that pedestal, right? But then the question is, how can we also approach the idea of constructivism, right? Like when we are already meeting the CCP checklist, for instance, that there are, consensus among investors, buyers, developers, asset owners, and policymakers as well, that how do we always constantly improve, right? And not saying that, okay, when you haven't met this, ultimately very, very high standard of like, say, IFC, then the project cannot go through, right? So I guess the always constant discussion about what's practical, what is bare minimum at this level of market integrity, and what's ideal, right? I think that's like a common discourse that needs to be talked more often, because otherwise this $500 million market could be zero, right? Because it doesn't happen anymore. So I guess that kind of challenge, I feel like Indonesia being the country that has a lot of supply, like even up the one regulation of number 110 has just been published. There are more than 400 concessions right now wanting to apply for that permits, right? Because the enthusiasm is there. Sometimes they're taken aback because, where is the market? Where's the demand? They want to go there, but why the challenges are so high? Sometimes they think, Ria, maybe I'll just convert my land towards palm oil and make 30% IRR every year, right? Like that's done deal. So I guess a lot of the challenge, not only to think about integrity, but how to make sure it's practical, effective, and always, having the spirit of constructivism to always get there towards the ideal without halting any progress.
Okay, great. So I mean, it is really interesting. So the market is now a third of the size that it once was, but you could also say that the quality is improved, right? So there is, going forward, there isn't going to be just higher integrity and low integrity markets. There's going to be the carbon market, and the carbon market's going to have a floor that is, and everything above that is high integrity, or there's no market for those credits. So this is it's an evolution, and I think you see these sorts of evolutions in many commodities. I don't want to take tropical forest or a mangrove and reduce it to just a commodity, but you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so we're going to move to the third topic for our panelists. This is really about mobilizing finance in practice. So it's sort of a nice segue from the fact that we know we need to scale up the finance going into this space. So, Ado, we're going to start with you. So you've obviously just released a really big piece of legislation, a really new policy framework that's going to attract in resources. Can you give us a sneak preview or a hint? Do you expect more incentives or fiscal reforms from the government of Indonesia designed to attract more private sector investment? And I know we're not operating in Chatham House rules here, so you could tell us whatever you have on your mind that you think you might be able to share at this point. Thanks.
Thanks, Jack. I'm known to say whatever I have that I have on my mind, so no worries about that. Your question reminds me my old college time when I was still young and thin. So I learned in my college time about incentives. One of the principles of economics in my Econ 101 says that people are moved by incentives. Unfortunately, come 20, 25 years later, people always relate incentives with fiscal incentives. I don't think that's quite right. That's not wrong. But it's not the whole universe. Incentives could be fiscal, could be non-fiscal. Now, how to make the business moves? In my view, without introducing any fiscal incentives, the business can still move around, can still, can still make the engines and the likes. Why? Even without clear natural resources endowment, people can still do it. In my view, even with fiscal incentives, that's good, but it's neither necessary nor sufficient. My personal view, I could be very wrong. The presence of clear, reliable environment, hence the regulatory environment, and institutions, quality institutions, those two are sufficient to make businesses come. The reason is simple. If people get clarity, certainty, accountability, and stability, they can compute. I think businesses, correct me if I'm wrong, Marisa, they don't hate risk. They like risk, so long as it can be calculated risk. Right? That's why we have risk-adjusted returns, right? And I know for the investors, they're just going to make sure that the returns will be above their hurdle rate. I don't know what their hurdle rate is, but I know you're going to invest anyway. If they see that, okay, this is good business, I know there is clear regulation, there is clear regulatory framework there, it's clear institutional, the institutions can deliver, people will invest. I'm going to get healthy margins, good IRR, positive NPV, people will invest. Now, so what to do for carbon? In my view, we're still at the very nascent state. So we have to make sure our foundation is right? So hence, the government needs to introduce regulations to build our regulatory framework that are not, I would say, detrimental towards all these businesses to work. So my advice will always be keep it simple. Keep it simple but enforceable. Why? If we make it very difficult for people to start, then it will create many loopholes. Many loopholes will create uncertainty, unclear things. People will not come. It doesn't matter how many fiscal incentives coming from the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance can produce tens of fiscal incentives. It might not work, right? So that's why the most important. So I think Indonesian government now, which I'm also part of, already had a good start. That is the regulation. Now, the next challenge is what are the other implementing regulations? So if all of these are clear, and then we can build also robust institutions around it, we don't need fiscal incentives. Because all the private investors can calculate the risk, they can project their margins, and then if it's healthy, they can come. Now, should we introduce fiscal incentives or other types of fiscal incentives? Yeah, why not? But when should we do it? Maybe if it's not good enough. If there is a presence of market failure, then the government has to act and provide fiscal incentives. But my view is always like fiscal incentives, in this case, yeah, if it's fiscal incentives, is neither necessary nor sufficient to make sure that the market works. Now, going forward to your statement, I hope going forward about dual market, I hope that will not be the case. I hope there will only be one market, and that market is for high integrity, high quality carbon credit, and Indonesia will be the #1 supplier to supply these global power goods for the world. Thank you.
Okay, so we've heard it right here. Indonesia will be the #1 supplier of high quality, high integrity credits for the world. That's excellent. No, I think it's a good distinction, right? We do have people talk often about fiscal incentives, but policy incentives are even more powerful in creating those notions of stability, certainty, and drawing down or allowing companies to actually price the risk, because ultimately that's what companies will do. Okay, Ibu Jasmine, APP has been in the process of implementing restoration projects across an array of a whole bunch of different jurisdictions. Can you tell us about how you adapt and adopt different bits of practice to that are, to deal with unique conditions that exist? Because obviously you're operating in a number of different areas, complex operating environment, and frankly, different sorts of local government as well. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Jack. Yes, every landscape, every project area have their own challenge and their own strength. So we look at the challenge and also the strength, how we can maximize the strength so become benefit for the project itself. I would like to tell the story about our project with Waiken or TNC in South Sumatra. It is the coastal area project where the coastal is now degraded because of the activity of illegal fishing. There's a lot of illegal pond that has been developed there. Therefore, those area degraded. And then together with Waiken and several partners, we collaborate and working together there. We first, yes, community is the first thing that we need to see, because if the livelihood is not increased, they will not change their mindset. So the first thing we do is we do the mapping, the community mapping, and then after that we collaborate with the local government, the governor of South Sumatra, and then the governor of South Sumatra launched a decree that those area is protected for mangrove. Then after that, we try to discuss with the community why they should do illegal fishing or develop a ponds there. And then after that, after the discussion, then they also realized that after several cycles, the result of the fishery is not as good as the first time. Meaning illegal fishery is not the solution for their income. So together with Waikan, we try to develop how we can restore the mangrove area, but also the pond still can be there through the aquaculture and also the water management on that area. Then the community also realized that if the mangrove is not protected or is not planted back, it will damaging further for them. So right now we are on the second stages, and we are also maybe this project will be scale up into the public-private community partnership, what Bu Nani has mentioned before. So yeah, every project, every area is very different. Then sometimes we become a co-manager that facilitate the area and the project. Sometimes we become like for the blended finance to connect from the small enterprise to the market.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it is fascinating, just that last point that you've made. Sometimes you're the technical assistance provider, sometimes you're providing the blended finance. It's like the entity that's closest to the action is going to play the most deliberate role in engaging with those communities. So Okay, we're going to stay, because you mentioned TNC, we're going to stay with the Nature Conservancy here, or YCAN, sorry. So Emily, what role can organizations like TNC, which has a very large footprint around the world, play to help ensure accountability and reporting in restoration initiatives, funded with blended finance or other forms of finance?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm going to say something controversial first.
Love it. Go for it.
Let's go for it. You cannot sell a carbon credit that's blue carbon for less than $100 a ton. It's not going to work at anything below $100 a ton. Because when you think about all of the costs that come along with OPEX and then getting to CAPEX, it's just not possible. Because if we want to have 60% benefit sharing, which is what we know we need for these communities to be bought into the projects, that's expensive. If we want to do restoration of coastal systems is very, very expensive. It is not cheap to do. You cannot just plant a mangrove. It is not possible. Most of the time you have to do hydrological interventions, which are very expensive. And then you're also getting to just little things like building materials, co-benefits for the local communities of other types of businesses that they can invest in where they still have the money they need to survive. And so I think that the price needs to be right. And if it's not right, as you said, it needs to be blended finance. And so the Nature Conservancy, we've done a lot on blended finance, especially in the carbon market space, because we aren't seeing buyers at $100 a ton. So that means we have to bring in philanthropy to cover the upfront costs of setting up these projects. So they're the ones doing the pre-feasibility, the feasibility, the community outreach. Once we then see the project is viable, we then often go to the government and ask for some support, especially for restoration, because restoration costs are so high that philanthropic funding can't even cover it. So it's usually government or multilateral, bilateral funding to then go into the restoration of these projects. And then when it comes to that more long-term sustainability and modeling, that is where it's exciting, where that's where the carbon financing actually finally comes into play. And so that's where that durability and that permanence comes in, is that carbon financing is that final little circle, which is the one that's doing the monitoring. It's using geospatial data to see, is this actually working? And I would say that third bit, though, is what's really important about that bit is that it's scientifically based. And so the Nature Conservancy has done a lot working with communities and then also globally explaining what does that look like, what is good. So for mangroves, we have the mangrove restoration tool, which actually showcases exactly what you have to do to monitor your mangrove systems. We also have a geospatial tool called Global Mangrove Watch, which is freely available that people can use, that also helps inform your carbon market projects. And this is also really important because it's free of charge, so these local communities can do it, because those costs are quite high to do monitoring. And so then that allows that carbon finance to keep going and then help that sustainability. So I would say that's kind of our big way of coming at this.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating, because I think in a lot of these issues, there's different forms of money that need to come in at different forms of different times, right? So as you stated, you've got philanthropy up front that can help build social capital and try to figure out what's actually going on. There's clearly a role for government public expenditure in this space, either direct government expenditure or through multilateral development banks or ODA or whatever the case may be. And then and only then can the carbon financing really take hold. And I think, you know, you see this in many commodities, right? You're doing market discovery, market building, and eventually the supply and demand is going to figure out. This just has a floor that's high compared to where the demand is in its own mind. It's not high for the cost. That cost is a reality. So it's great that, I mean, this is going to take a little bit of time to sort out if our future market on carbon credits is only high quality, high integrity. Yeah, we're going to go to you now, and then we're going to end up with Marissa. So how do you measure and communicate the value created from restoration activities to financial partners? And maybe you could just say something about that price differential issue that Emily has just raised as well.
Yeah, I mean, on that note, I couldn't agree more. I think there are a lot of buyers at the moment who are still thinking, you know, how can I still purchase at less? But I guess that's where, you know, more creativity in the financing, and I hope to hear from you as well, Marissa, where it comes in as well. But I guess on the question about communicating this, right? I guess there's 3 layers of how we really try to communicate well. Number 1 is the availability of data. So all of the information about, where it was before, which is the baseline, and where it is today. Thankfully, we're already in this, age of technology where all of those information that is satellite-based could be accessible by everyone, right? And it can really show you, the difference between before and after. The second layer for communication is transparency. The data could be there, but could people really access it? Is it really transparent enough for people to see that the data is accurate? And this level of transparency sometimes needs a little bit of work, because the ability to digest and to access this information is different for everyone. At Per Atmos, we try to develop our own dashboard to communicate this, the accessibility between before and after, and how the different tonnage of carbon credits that has been absorbed prior. It is a lot of work, but it does seem that we need to also communicate it in the language of the user, which is the last part of communication, which is the storytelling, right? So when we're trying to communicate our impact to financial investors as well as to buyer, it's different if we are going to communicate the impact to the community as well as the asset owners, right? Who really think about, Ria, when is this $100 coming in every ton, right? And not just like planting every year, every day. So we need to really tailor what is important to each stakeholder. For example, for investors, not only that it does absorb, that it does give you also the returns, but also does it meet the standards that these investors have, right? But particularly for communities, sometimes technology is also not always the case, right? It's not as simple as providing a dashboard, but it's all about being there and showcasing that what you planted over the past 5 years, which you have already nurtured and monitored and really maintained every year, can really give you the benefits of opening new schools, opening scholarship programs for your kids, right? So these type of communication really needs to happen in person. So it really depends on which stakeholders, and as we already agreed that this is a very complex and multi-stakeholders, a big part of we do as project owners, project developers, is to constantly communicate. And also, just to touch on the last point, was just about progress, right? It may not happen today, but how do you always communicate that we are progressing and trying to achieve this impact? Especially if you're talking about, let's talk about these aquaculture fish ponds farmers, right? That actually live day by day selling the shrimps out of their unsustainable aquaculture to the market, and now you tell them to stop, plant, and then hopes one day someone will give you the money, right? So I guess this type of communication really giving the conviction that the financial income as well as the climate impact is going to come. It is a very sometimes thankless job, but I guess with the right market to appreciate such effort, it should happen.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting, right? We're talking about a commodity here, essentially a carbon credit. And at the same time, storytelling is so instrumental in the sale of that carbon credit or the investment in the restoration. And maybe at some point in the future, that's not going to be as important. It's going to be more of a fungible idea, but this is where we are right now. Okay, so in this round, the last question goes to you, Marissa. And we're sort of getting close on our time. So what we're going to do here, by the way, is I've got one more question from Marissa. I've totally mismanaged the time, so we're unfortunately not going to have audience questions, but I am going to give all the panelists one final minute to say something. Before we get there, Marissa, one last question for you. How do you address the concerns from your position around permanence, additionality, leakage for restoration finance in emerging economies like Indonesia? And frankly, not even emerging economies, that's just where your business is, I know.
Well, I think we've touched on so much of it already today, in the sense that investors will have confidence if they do believe that the credit that they're buying won't disappear tomorrow, right? What they're investing in is a nature solution that is, by definition, needs to perform over a very long period of time. But exactly to Emily's point, this is why you have the difference between a $100 market and a $2 market. The $2 market isn't taking this into consideration, and that doesn't do anybody a service. So in a funny way, this is going to sound odd, but I'm not bothered by the fact that we went from a multi-billion-dollar market to a $500 million market, because I think what that's done is we have weeded out and beginning to weed out those that fundamentally aren't performing the way they should. So I think that's step one, is allow that to happen. And by the way, I've been in the capital markets for almost 40 years. And what I can tell you is every time you build a new asset class, and let's call this an asset class, round one is not where you end up. You're learning as you go. And I think we're also very hard on ourselves. And sometimes the media isn't helpful either, because they're looking for that sensational negative story. And of course, there were some bad actors in our carbon markets, but most people who went into this went in very, very much with the mind that we're trying to build a market that is going to serve. And we learn as we go. And who knew what the right price was as we were getting into these very complex restoration activities and so on. So I think we have to give ourselves a little bit of grace to allow ourselves to learn, call out when it's not working, get the right price for the right activity, and then be very, very firm in our conviction that $100 is the right price for an ocean restoration project. But maybe there's some other type of project which is less complex that can have a different price. So now we're starting to categorize, not though saying high and low. It is the right price for the right type of outcome. And then that lets different participants participate in things that are right for them. So I think that's one. Two is, I really love, Paquito, your comment about these restoration projects. The more you can create multiple revenue streams, that is our definition, I think, over long term of permanence, or whatever words we want to use, because longevity is going to be created by creating a sustainable business model that can withstand, and markets will fluctuate, mind you, and allow some buffer cushion and also more multiple revenue streams, and then ultimately the communities benefit, and then they become the advocates. They go to the government and say, I want this in my community. They don't fight it, they say, I want it. And then it makes very much an easier dialogue with the governments who are trying to do the policy making. So hopefully
that's super. I mean, it is interesting that you're trying to build a new asset class, and there will be a lot of washout in the bottom in the first couple of years or the first number of years. And then I think that other thing that you've mentioned, where, whether we're looking for high quality, high integrity credits, the floor price in a terrestrial forest system may be different from the floor price in a mangrove system.
And different from an engineered carbon capture and storage credit, or we were just on a panel with a coal decommissioning credit.
Absolutely.
They're very, very different. By the way, can I just make one hopeful comment?
Yes, I'm going to give you your last comment, and you can go first.
Okay, last topic.
This is your last comment. Let me just frame this.
Last comment, I'll make it super fast.
Let me just frame it. The last comment that everybody gets to make is, this is early in the COP process. What is the message you want to be able to deliver to the people here in this room and everybody who's not in this room about this topic? So think about that. So you can think, you're up first. You get to think about it on the fly.
Okay. Well, I wanted to leave you with a hopeful message, which is the one. If I were to ask next time we do the panel, one person that should be in the room are the big tech providers that are taking the data and helping us use AI to interpret this better. Jack, you and I were at that lunch. And I have to say that a lot of the tech firms are looking at the power of their ability to interpret and communicate data to give us confidence. They want to give us a public good. So exactly to your point, make it available to communities to use, to communicate with those of us who want to measure it. And I think that is a wonderful gift to all of these markets, because it's also going to make even the conservation NGOs, much faster, and it'll make the investors much faster. It'll make your life a whole lot easier. So the message I want to communicate is, we're all working toward a common goal, and the collective power of everything that we bring to the table really will knock each one of these complexities down. And then when it all comes together, and it will, because it's born out of necessity, there aren't other options in many cases, then we're going to have this wonderful liquid functioning markets. You won't have funny price differentials. We can trade them. If you want to know the price of your credit, I can deliver that to you fast. And you can have your projects be funded fast. And then we start to get to speed and scale.
Okay, super. Ria, 30 seconds. Last thing you want to communicate, and I do mean 30 seconds.
All right, okay. We need more buyers that are paying the right price. I can close on that, but just to tell you know, we are working with 400 concession owners that every day ask, Ria, should I plant palm oil or should I make carbon credits? So we're dealing with these existencies issues. So just make sure we can get more demands at the right price.
Okay, so we need demand to pull those credits through the system. Emily, what about you? What do we need?
So I think the word that they're using at this COP is partnership. I think that's the official word. So I would say partnership, and it's partnership at all levels. Exactly. We need to partner with the buyers and take them on a journey of how much it should really cost. And I'll give a shout out to Salesforce. They've been amazing in the blue carbon space, coming on a journey with us. So there are investors out there who are ready to take that journey. Then we need to partner with NGOs. We need to partner with the scientists. We need to partner with AI. We need to partner with the local communities. And so taking that idea of partnership, I think, is really critical because it's the
Great.
only way.
Super. Ibu Jasmine, what about you? What do we need?
Okay, almost all is already mentioned by Ria, Marisa, and yeah. Okay, so I just want to say that through the SRV 2030 and also Regenesis 2050, APP sees the restoration is an investment for our shared future. Together, we can restore the balance and build a brighter tomorrow for our generations to come. Thank you.
Super. Thank you very much. Okay, so we started with the government. We're going to end in the government as we should.
Yeah.
So,
I knew you
what do we
intentionally
need?
put me last.
What do we need?
Yeah, and now it's end. And it's difficult for me. Okay, two things. Number one, carbon financing is not everything. It's not the silver bullet, but it is instrumental and critical. Number two, what we need to build is trust. So that is what is missing. The market fails not because of lack of supply, lack of demand. No, lack of trust. Where do we build the trust? The supply, the demand, and everything in between.
Okay, so super. So we've got data firms involved. We've got a demand signal we need. We've got partnerships. We need collaboration for the shared future. And we need trust. So I'd like to thank our panelists. I'd like to thank the government of Indonesia for the pavilion. I'd like to thank all of you.
Thank you very much, Jack. It's mind-blowing. We don't want you to end it, but we have to because we have another player to take over. Please have a group photo together before you all leave the stage. Look at here, it's full house. Applause for everyone who's attending this session. And of course, just before you all take a picture, we want to hand over a special merchandise to all the speakers as we do value your contribution. And please, Ibu Yanti, take the honor to present this token of appreciation to all the speakers, including the moderator. Thank you very much, Jack, for navigating such a big panel, and you were able to actually gave everybody the same equal opportunity to share their views and manage to finish it within the limited, restricted time. Thank you very much. You're awesome. And again, we're very happy to see that everybody's on the same page to accelerate the carbon finance through the landscape, the restoration of the landscape in Indonesia. Okay, last thing that we have to do is a family picture. And by the way, Mr. Edo, Pak Edo, you're still slim and looking good. So don't worry about that. Just make sure you don't gain any more weight. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much once again. All right. Okay, we're going to switch to the next session. It's going to be inspiring and also an incredible panel because we're going to talk about how you integrate nature and technology to actually achieve the low carbon future. So please stay with us. Thank you very much.
Three, two, one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great opportunity for us to be here. Thank you very much for joining us. And I think I see some familiar faces and some new friends. And together, we are going to work toward our common goal. So the topic of the discussion is synergizing nature and technology strategic leadership for climate resilience. We know Indonesia is blessed with abundance of resources like tropical forests, peatland, mangrove that serve as a vital carbon sinks. So on this occasion, we're going to explore how the Indonesian corporations are going to harmonize the nature with the technology to build a climate resilient future, to strengthen the climate integrity, to achieve NZE, and of course, to enhance the global competitiveness. In order to do that, we're going to invite all the speakers and the moderator. Let's welcome Mbak Nala Amirah.
Thank you so much, Mbak Mona. A warm welcome to all of you once again in the Indonesian Pavilion of Day 3 of COP30. Today we're going to have the second session of the CEO talk, and I'm very, very honored to be moderating this talk today. It's a really important topic, and I think Mbak Mona has already introduced just how important that topic it is towards Indonesia. So over the next 90 minutes, our objective is to move forward from the high-level commitments that we know that Indonesia is so much forward-looking to, and sort of try to understand a little bit more on the practical implementations and understand how we can better develop these low-carbon technologies into Indonesia's key economic sectors. So we're going to be looking at the real-world cases, and we're going to look towards 3 different sectors today, from mining, from agriculture, from manufacturing, from green supply chains. And so to lead this discussion, we have an exceptional panel, as you can see here, who are implementing these strategies that we want to learn more about. So without further ado, it is my great honor to invite them to the stage now. First, please welcome Mr. Dwi Satrio Anugrogo, the Director of Operations at PT Pupuk Indonesia. As our national fertilizer and petrochemical company, they are the heart of Indonesia's food security. Next, please welcome Mr. David Wei, the General Manager of Huayo Indonesia Regional Management Center. Huayo is a major global player in the EV battery supply chain and focuses on the responsible processing of critical materials. And last but not least, Please welcome Mr. Bandung Sahari, the director of PT Astra Agrolestari. As part of the vast Astra network, they are a leader in Indonesian agriculture and agro-industry. Please join me once again, ladies and gentlemen, in a warm applause for our panelists today. Gentlemen, thank you all for being here today. How are you all doing? Is Belém too hot? How's the weather today? How are we feeling? Very similar to Jakarta weather, I'm guessing. So we're going to kickstart our session right away. And so to do that, we'd like to invite our panelists onto the podium to deliver their presentation. And after that, we will also have the chance to have a moderated discussion with our panelists, followed by a short Q&A if time permits. So I would like to first invite Mr. David Wei. Mr. David, you have the floor. Mr. David will share with us how Huayo Indonesia is deploying technological breakthroughs from a low-emission nickel and battery supply chain. Mr. David, you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nana. It's my great opportunity to be here to introduce something we have done in Indonesia, and my topic is Huayo Indonesia. We are driving sustainability through downstream and technological innovation. And first, next page, please. Next, please. So, first of all, please allow me to introduce Huayo to all of you. Huayo Holding was founded in 2002, and our headquarters is located in Tongxiang, Zhejiang, and China. And over the past 20 years, Huayo has established a complete production chain for lithium battery materials, and we also get some achievements. For the proportion of total lithium battery ternary materials, we are the biggest in the world. And for the cobalt new material market share, we are also the first of the world. And for nickel, cobalt, and lithium supply chain guarantee, we are leading the world in our field. Next, please. So in 2024, we spent a lot of money, over $280 million for research and development, and that makes Huayo ranked 144th among the top 500 private enterprise in China. So we also get some remarkable technology progresses and awards in China. Next, please. This picture shows our 5 major business sectors. The first one is in Africa. There we produce raw cobalt oxide and electrowinning copper, lithium concentrate, and lithium salt. And the second one is Indonesian nickel industry. And now in Indonesia, we can produce MHP and high-grade nickel made, nickel sulfate and cobalt sulfate, which are all battery grade. And also we can produce nickel and cobalt metal directly. And since the end of last year, we can produce, and we are the first one, can produce ternary precursor in Indonesia. That makes Indonesia move one step forward for the nickel new energy industry. And the third one is new material industry, which mainly located in China, in Zhejiang and Guangxi province. There we produce cobalt new materials, electrowinning cobalt and metal and nickel, and also lithium carbonate. And the fourth one is our new energy industry. We produce precursors and also ternary and iron phosphate included. And also we produce cathodes, lithium iron phosphate, lithium cobalt, and we have battery grade copper foil. And Huayo is the biggest one to produce battery grade copper foil. The fifth one is our recycling industry, which is responsible for recycling and reuse of the waste batteries. And also, we take responsibility of cascade utilization of retired batteries. Next, please. This picture shows actually after more than 20 years development, Huayo has already covered all of the main battery manufacturers all over the world. For example, LG, CATL, and a lot of battery manufacturers. That means Huayo's material already covered all of the automobile manufacturers and also other customers like Apple and Huawei and Xiaomi. Next, please. Okay, this picture shows our global industry layout planning. In the middle is Indonesia, and in Indonesia we focused our projects in Sulawesi Island and Halmahera Island. Next. The next part I want to introduce Huayu Indonesia's lateral nickel development practice. Next. Actually, Huayu entered Indonesia since 2018 and has established an integrated industrial chain that covers upstream resource development, cobalt nickel crude extraction, refining, and lithium battery materials manufacturing. And till now, we already invest about $11 billion in Indonesia, and we have 22,000 employees in Indonesia, and that number is expected to reach 100 million within 5 years, because we have a lot of new industry park and new projects are under designing, and some of them are under construction. Huayu has established a model for foreign invested enterprise integrated into local communities and achieve a harmonious development that is open and cooperative to establish an integrated lithium-ion battery ecosystem in Indonesia. Next. This is our projects in Indonesia. Some of them are in Halmahera Island and many in Iwebe Industrial Park, and we have a new industrial park under design which was follow the President Prabowo's order. And most of other projects are in Sulawesi Island. Many in two of them are located in Morowali Industrial Park, and the other are our own industrial park. Next. Huayu is a technology-driven enterprise leading manufacturer of green, low-carbon, high ESG standard of new energy battery materials. Next, please. We value in ESG includes technology leadership, business for good, and win-win co-construction with impact model development to proactively address ESG risks and ensure sustainable operations. Next. So this picture shows two of our projects in Indonesia is Huayu and Huafei, which is the when Huayu finished it is the biggest in the world, but after 2 years it was beyond by Huafei project. Actually, Huafei project is the biggest one for lateral nickel export project. So now in these two projects, compared with other export projects, especially in Indonesia or in other countries, our energy consumption is about 70% of them, and compared with the traditional RKEF process, we can only use 1/8 of the energy consumption. So right now, our carbon emission for the scope 1 plus scope 2 is about 7.1 for these two projects. And we have our zero carbon action plan, so maybe in 2050, we can reach our target. Next. In Morowali, we set up the first and also the longest slurry pipeline from SCM mining zone to our hydro project in Morowali Industrial Park. It is about 65 kilometers long, and after the pipeline was finished, we can reduce the carbon emission from 1.32 down to 0.54, and also we increased our operation cost efficiency about 55%. Next. We have a lot of new innovations of technology. Some of them are currently under deployment. After this technology being deployed, we can lower the carbon emission to about 5.5. That will be the lowest in the world. Next, please. When we're talking of, when everybody are talking about the hydro projects, one of the most important topic is about the tailing. How you can guarantee the tailing, how you can guarantee the safety. So in order to solve the tailing problem, right now of course right now we set up our dry stacking facilities or some backfield facilities. But in the future, we developed a new technology to address tailing storage challenge in a more environment-friendly way, enabling to recover iron and sulfur from the tailing. And after we recover iron and the tailing which now was defined as B3 hazard waste, but after the new technology, it can be considered as a normal waste. Next. While Indonesia collaboration with global climate stakeholders. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, this May, while become a leader initiator with UNGC and 18 other institutions to launch the China-Indonesia Community Sustainable Development Action Network, ensure that the investment embrace more sustainable and demand-driven practice and help advance in the SDGs. Next, please. The high-quality construction of Huayou Indonesia and the high-efficiency operation of Huayou's project in Indonesia has attracted great attention from the world new energy industry. Aeromet, Volkswagen, Ford, Samsung, LG, Toyota, BASF, and etc. They are very professional team to do diligence investigation in our projects, and after that, many of them reached extensive cooperation with Huayou. Next. And one of the most important collaboration, also partnership, we can take our KNI project as an example. Huayou established a joint venture export project named KNI together with PT Wally Indonesia and Ford Americans. Through the progress, Huayou has gained valuable insights and conducted extensive study for best ESG practice and performance. Next. We hope to express our appreciation to the Minister of the Environment of the Republic of Indonesia for its continuous support through programs, collaboration, open dialogue, and dedication in safeguarding Indonesia's green transition towards sustainable development of lithium-ion battery industrial chain. And especially we want to thank you, Mr. Hanif, the Minister of the Environment of Indonesia. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause for Mr. Wei. And we'd like to invite our second speaker, Mr. Bandung Sahari. You have the floor.
Yes. Okay, good afternoon everybody. So Ibu Sinta, terima kasih banyak. So thank you very much for the opportunity given to us. We see this as an opportunity to share our thought, our experience, and our initiative, and when possible to get some valuable inputs from you all, what needs to be improved. So in this opportunity, I would like to highlight, to discuss about the cross-sectoral decarbonizations in Astra Agrolestari, digitalization, nature-based solutions, and clean technology. Next slide, please. So, as your information that Astra Agrolestari is part of the Astra International. So then, Astra Agrolestari is actually its subsidiaries. So, actually, we are working with 41 oil palm plantations in Indonesia from Aceh to Sulawesi, and we work with more than 32,000 households in our plantations, and we process around 15,000 ton fresh fruit bunch every day. Can we go to the next slide? So what about the climate policy in Indonesia? When the global commitment to keep global temperatures raised before 2% Celsius and seek to limit it to 1.5 degrees Celsius, so Indonesia has submitted its first NDC in 2016 and updated NDC in 2022, and the enhanced NDC of Indonesia has been submitted in 2022. And second NDC has been submitted just last month, 2025. And while Indonesia is trying to commit with net zero emission by 2060, Astra Agrolestari and Astra International is trying to commit net zero emission 2050 by trying to reduce 30% of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Can we go to the next slide? So what about the digital transformations that we are trying to develop? And then as you can see in the slide that there are many initiatives related to the digital transformations covering various aspects, including the utilizations of mobile device, drone, CPO tank sensors, and also the plantation operation analytics. So then we are trying to be the world-class plantations operations. So can we go to the next slide? So this is just a snapshot of an example of the digital applications that we are trying to develop, specifically on wire preventions, and we do this digitalizations in wire spot monitoring and replanting process. As you can see in this slide that land fire in Indonesia was happened in 2015 and 2019. So then this is very crucial for these digital applications to monitor and to prevent possible fire preventions in the future. Next slide, please. So this is another technology that we applied through the utilizations of several initiatives for the GSG reduction program. The first is that we developed a CO2 removal through nature-based solutions that our project are located in Riau province and also in Banten province. And the second one is that CO2 avoidance through the peatland rehabilitations and conservations. You know that Indonesia has a very strong regulation related to the peat conservations and how to mitigate CO2 emission through water management system. And then in Astra Agrolestari, we developed what we call methane capture. So then methane emissions cover around 60 to 70% of total GHG emissions in palm oil productions. And the last one is how to avoid CO2 emissions through the fire prevention, as previously I have explained related to the utilization of digitalizations for fire preventions. Next slide, please. And related to this peatland conservation, so then we apply also peatland rewetting system in all palm plantations that can reduce a third of CO2 emissions. This is also our effort to comply with the national regulations. And as you can see here that Based on the recent research that elevating drainage peatlands on oil palm plantation reduced heterotrophic respirations by 34% and total respirations by 20%. Next slide, please. So, fighting the fire land in our plantations is not easy. So then we cannot do it alone. So we need to have collaborations in the landscape, in the ecosystems, not only us preventing the possible fire, but we need to engage with local communities, with the community living around surrounding the plantations, and also other stakeholders in the area in questions. So the fire prevention initiative include the collaborations of related stakeholders, landscape fire prevention perspective, and empowering community as your information that AAL now is developing, has developed and still developing what we call Indonesia Masyarakat Peduli Api, or a community cares about fires. In there are around 122 MPA have been established in our plantations. And through these programs, then we develop these facilities, trainings, and technology for community to do this fire prevention in together with the companies. Okay, next slide, please. So related to the business process and zero waste practices, this is, as you can see in this slide, that is the palm oil business process from land preparations, plantation management, mills and storage, and also refineries. So related to zero waste practices in our palm productions, we start with the retrieve to energy. We establish methane captures in our mills, and we use that biogas resulted from this methane capture for our fuel in mills. And then we also use the biomass. This include fibers and cell for replacing this fossil fuel in our mills. So then we also conduct a recycle through the land applications and also empty fruit bunch applications that can replace 50% of chemical fertilization in our plantations. And recovery remaining cells are sold to generate other incomes, and then that can be used to reduce the emission for other companies. And for the reuse, the condensate steam of processed water in our palm mill also is established. And in the plantations, we reduce the utilizations of insecticides by replacing them with more green method, what we call the biological controls in our plantation. This not only how to control the pest population, but it's also increase the agrobiodiversity in our plantations. Next slide, please. For the clean technology, as I already explained before, that this is what we call methane capture. This is the business development model that can be used not only in our our operations, but this can also be replicated to our other plantations in Indonesia and in other countries. So this by establishing this methane capture, so that we can extract this biogas, and it can be utilized as to replace the fossil fuel in our mill, and it also can be used for burner electricity and compressed biogas or CBG. Next slide, please. Now we have come to the key summaries. The Astra evolved for cross-sectoral decarbonizations, that we have developed and still developing digital transformations and green transformations as a key for Astra to pursue its sustainability journey. Digitalization has been applied through drone utilization for replanting purposes and other purposes. And the second is that the green transformation has been actively applied through various greenhouse gas emissions reductions program, including nature-based solutions, peatland rewearings, marine captures, and community-based peat fire preventions. And conservation of peatland through the rewetting programs has been also developed and is still now developing in order not only to conserve our peatland, but is also to align with national regulation related to the fire preventions and peatland managements. Waste from industry such as palm oil mill palm oil mill effluent could be transformed into the biomethane or biogas that could be used as energy sources for cooking, electricity, industrial application, including feedstock for green hydrogens. Could also be used as organic fertilizer to reduce the applications of chemical fertilizer. I think those the key summaries, Mbak Nala. Thank you very much for your attention. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Bapak. Let's give a round of applause for Bapak Bambung. And so just staying in the sector of agriculture as well, we'd like to see a little bit more on fertilizer as well. So we'd like to invite Mr. Dwi Satrio. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, distinguished speakers, global partners, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to stand in here. In this occasion, I would like to present how we, PT Pupuk Indonesia, fertilizers and industrial chemicals, in transforming, in balancing, in food security, to support food security in our nation and Indonesia, and also the global and also the climate resiliency actions. Next slide, please. We introduce PT Pupuk Indonesia. We have 5 subsidiary company as a fertilizer company and fertilizer manufacturers in Pupuk Sekarang Muda Aceh, and also Pupuk Sriwijaya Palembang, and Pupuk Kucang Cikampek in West Java, Petrokimia Gresik in East Java, and also Pupuk Kalimantan Timur in East Kalimantan. With the 5 subsidiaries company, we have a total capacity of ammonia is the 7 million tons of ammonia annually. And also we have a total capacity of the urea 9.4 million tons annually. Plus we have capacity of NPK fertilizers 4.6 million tons annually. So with the big capacity, we are the biggest and best fertilizer producer in Asia Pacific, Middle East, and North Africa. We have also 4 subsidiaries company to support our activity in shipping and also in the trading. Next slide, please. Yeah. Yes. Our portfolio strategy built on our purpose is contributing to the national food security and also contribute in the national development growth. We have 4 pillars. Firstly is the agri-chemicals. Secondly, industrial chemicals. The thirdly is the industrial support and clean ammonia. We talk about the clean ammonia deeply. Why and how? And how about the ammonia? Next slide, please. Yeah, ammonia, as we know. Ammonia is the N carrier, nitrogen carrier. Nitrogen is needed for the plantation as the fertilizers. Is the primary nutrient for the plantation. We need nitrogen as the fertilizers. And you know, ammonia, also the hydrogen carrier. Hydrogen carrier. Hydrogen is the strong candidate to be a future friendly environment energy in the future. Ammonia as a nitrogen carrier and also the hydrogen carrier. Ammonia, the setting of the ammonia is gray ammonia, blue ammonia, and green ammonia. We realized that 15 plants of our ammonia plants, all of them is the gray ammonia, because we use natural gas raw material and we process it to be ammonia and then urea and some of the fertilizer kind of product of us. All of the ammonia plants of us is gray ammonia. And we know in the not long distant future, the gray ammonia have a big challenge in the decarbonization, policy and awareness and the climate change. So how and what and how we transforming our company to facing of the conditions. Okay, next slide please. Yeah, this is our step of the decarbonization program. We facing of the awareness and also the regulation to decrease the carbon emission. As you know, 1 ton of ammonia produced occur approximately 2 tons of the CO2 emissions. So we should decrease it. How? The part of our program. Firstly, for the existing plants, we do efficiency, we do a revamping, and we switch the power generation from the coal to the natural gas. And step by step, we transform our plants to be a blue ammonia plants. We have a project combine the hydrogen, green hydrogen, and also we have a project in carbon capturing to capture our CO2 emission to the earth. And then we transform later to be to advance to develop the green ammonia. We can get the hydrogen coming from the renewable energy, from the solar panel, and we get the hydrogen from the electrolyzing process. We get a green hydrogen, and we can react it with the nitrogen to be ammonia. So we can get the green ammonia. That is important because in the future, as I said before, that the ammonia is the strong candidate as the hydrogen carrier. So in the future, the consumption of the ammonia will be high and higher, increase and higher and higher. To fulfill the industrial energy and also the fuel of the shipping. So we have a plan in the long run to switch our gray ammonia to be blue ammonia and also still expand our capacity to get the green ammonia to fulfill the fertilizer needed and also the green energy needed in the future. This is our plan, our plan and development. Not only in the technological aspect, we do the net-based solutions. Next slide, please. Again, I skip it. This next slide. Next slide again. Next slide again. Maybe. Sorry. Next slide again. Yeah, this net-based solution of us. Then we have agroforestry program. We collaboration with PT Perkebunan Nusantara, plantation state-owned enterprise in plantation, yeah. And also we do collaboration with the Indonesian Army to make agroforestry and also the mangrove restoration. We have a target in this years. We have plantation, accumulation of plantation 1,500 hectares, and step by step we increase of the area of plantation. We have a collaboration with the with another yeah, we have a collaboration with another company, and also of course with the government. Next slide, please. Yeah, we also Pupuk Indonesia also have a circular economic initiative with the recycle of the waste. We do some innovations in our technology. We recover energy and reduce CO2 emissions, and also industrial symbiosis. So in the long run, in our plan of development, we open to collaborate with another company, with another country to make to transfer our business from the grey ammonia first and to blue ammonia, and also we combine with the natural based solution. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah. We've wrapped it that Pupuk Indonesia will be the front of the decarbonization balancing in position to support both of food security and also growing needed for the green energy. So that's all from us. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Bapak Dwi Satrio, for a very insightful presentation. So we've learned from two different sectors, we can say three different sectors, about different technologies that are being developed right now. And so, Bapak, you've mentioned also about the NDCs, about Indonesia's NDCs, and about the climate goals that Indonesia is investing and committing towards too. And we know that to achieve these NDCs, to achieve these national goals, we need better public-private partnerships, and we also need more technological innovations and financing. So from there, I'd like to ask Mr. Bandung and Mr. Wei, how do these specific technologies that you mentioned contribute directly to Indonesia's NDC and our global climate goals?
Okay, actually from our projects in Indonesia, right now we have two H4 projects, and during the design stage, we take use of the gravity. We set up our FPP, that is the feeding preparation plant. There we feed in the plant with limonite, so it will be set at the top of the mountain, for example. And our water tanks also will be deployed at the top of the mountain, so the water, the slurry can go down by itself. We don't need big pumps at least. So that's one of the solutions. And just as I mentioned in my presentation, we built a very long distance pipeline for the slurry. Before that, we need transport about 100,000 tons of the laminate per day. We need a lot of DTs, with diesel DTs. And after we make the slurry pipeline worked, so we don't need that much DTs, and we can reduce a lot of the carbon dioxide emission. And in our Huafei project, that is the biggest H4 project in the world, right now we have 3 turbines, 3 generators can produce electricity from the heat recovery steam generator. Because in H4 projects we need a lot of sulfuric acid and we need strong steam. And where we get that, actually we burning sulfur from the furnace. During the sulfur, when it's burning, it will generate a lot of heat. So we recover the heat in the form of steam. This high pressure steam will be, some of the high pressure steam will be directly injected into our autoclave, and the rest of them will be sent to the turbines to generate electricity. Right now, 75% of the electricity H4 projects needed are from this generator set by ourselves, and at the end of this year, the first generator will be finished installing, and after that we can provide 100% electricity by ourselves. We don't need any electricity from the industry parks power grid, which is generated from coal. So that is how we lower the carbon dioxide in our projects. And in the future, we will take, instead of right now the DTs are diesel DTs, and in the future we will take the EDTs, electric DTs instead of the diesel ones. So that will make our carbon dioxide lower again. So that is something we have done, and also we have some new innovations. For example, we can take use of the manganese in the solution to absorb the carbon dioxide to form manganese carbonate, which will be needed for the NCM tanneries. So that is something we need to do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wei. So we've heard from decarbonization in terms of mobility and also transportation. So, Mr. Bandung, would you like to share specifically in the agroforestry sector?
Thanks. I don't know how to use it. Thank you. Thank you. For this agriculture, especially for this palm oil industry, as I already mentioned in my presentations, that we set up several initiatives how to reduce greenhouse gas emission resulted from the productions of palm oil. The most powerful technology that we applied in our plantations is by applying the methane capture. As you are aware that palm oil meal effluent is the most higher source of methane, and that, as you know, that the methane emissions is for the global warming potentials for the methane is 25 to 26 times compared to the CO2. And this emissions from the palm oil meal effluents covers like 60 to 70% of total greenhouse gas emission resulted from this palm oil productions. So by applying this methane capture, we expect that 60% of greenhouse gas emission can be reduced. But at the same time, we can use the biogas, the biomethane, for replacing this fossil fuel in our mill. So this is the most powerful and impactful technology that we applied in our plantations to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. But at the same time, it can also contribute to the national target for NDC target for the national. And then we also have several initiatives regarding the utilizations of this empty fruit bunch to be applied in our plantations. It can reduce the 50% of the chemical fertilizer utilizations. And also we set up digital monitoring for the fire spot and hot spot, that it can also avoid the possible land fire in our plantations. So I think that's technology that we applied and that have impactful for GHG reductions.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Bandung. So just staying in that topic, when we talk about technology, it also means that we have to collaborate with a lot of stakeholders, learning from different partners, understanding how it also applies to our policies. And so what are specific partnerships or policies that you think are really needed right now to accelerate this technological innovation, maybe within agriculture? Yes, for you.
I thought that question for you. Okay, so thank you. Actually, for that technology, for not only that technology, but also for the overall efforts in reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, we need to collaborate with many stakeholders, actually. So for the technology itself, so then we have to collaborate with the universities. And for these fire preventions on the grounds, then we need to have collaborations with the local community, not only local, but the all community living around the plantations, not only the community, but also other companies. And we need to approach this fire preventions on the ground through this multi-stakeholders initiative. Because we cannot do it alone. So we need together and this together with other parties to ensure that the landscape is far from this possible fire preventions in the future. Because we learn from what has happened in 2015 and in 2019, where this land fire has occurred in many places in Indonesia. So then the applications of technology like the utilization of drone, utilization of digital monitoring, so then we can monitor in real time for the possible hotspot that can be followed with the monitoring of the manifestations of hotspot into the fire spot on the ground. And then we in our pitland area, so then we collaborate with what we call Himpunan Kambot Indonesia, and we also through this community we also communicate with international experts like Prof. Mizuru Osaki, and then many other parties, because we cannot just do it alone for adjusting emissions with, and I think without collaborations is like super very hard.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bandung. So just to see from the EV and battery sector, what are some of the partners or partnerships and the policies that we need right now, Mr. Wei?
Okay, thank you. And I think from EV industrial companies, we really need to cooperate with each other. For example, during we are setting up King Eye project, which was cooperated with Huayo, PT, Vale Indonesia, and Ford. We need to understand each other from the ESG standard, because it's totally some of the standards is totally different. So first of all, we need to make each other understand from each other. So that's a very difficult part, because there is no, at least now, there is no standard in Indonesia. So if it's possible, from the government or from some associations, they can set up the standard for Indonesia, so that will make our project go smoothly, because we don't need to spend a lot of time to discuss which standard is okay, which is not okay. So that's my suggestion. And also, I think from our side, from the private side, why this industry exists, because we need it. And during the production or during our construction, we tried our best to lower the carbon dioxide emission. But we really need support from the public, or really need support from government, because during this process we spend a lot of money. It will be a great cost for how every technology we take to lower the carbon dioxide emission. So from our side, we hope we can benefit from to reduce the carbon dioxide emission. For example, in Indonesia, everyone, if you're concerned about nickel, you will know the RKB. It's very difficult, but so in my mind, if is it possible, because we are the best, we are the lowest carbon dioxide emission project. If it's possible, we can get more RKB, or maybe we can get some policy to win the competition in the world, because we have done a lot to lower the carbon dioxide emission. That's my opinion. Thank you.
All right, perfect, Mr. Wei. So talking about competitive advantage, we're talking about policies as well. And so For Mr. Satrio, would you like to add a little bit? What kind of partnerships do you think we need from the fertilizer industry specifically?
Thank you. Pupuk Indonesia as the fertilizers company, we have assignment to fulfill the fertilizer needed to support our food resiliency in our country. There are 280 million people in Indonesia need food. We should support the policy to fulfill the fertilizers and food security in our country. We see about the decarbonization, climate change is not a challenge, but opportunity. How? The opportunity about we know about the friendly energy in the future is hydrogen. We can produce nitrogen, and we can produce ammonia as a hydrogen carrier. There's a chance, not a challenge. So we see the decarbonization, climate change, not the challenge, but a chance for us. We can leave our core business as a fertilizers, but we do the friendly energy by produce ammonia as the hydrogen carrier. Yeah, I know there's a very huge investment to transforming from the gray ammonia to blue ammonia and also green ammonia. But I'm sure with the collaboration we can realize this. And not only in the technological and industrial aspect, we do the nature-based solutions following with our Ministry of the Environment. We do agroforestry, we do mangrove restorations, and etc. And we wrap it that with collaboration we can do everything. We can against the challenge of the climate resiliency, and we make better of our art. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Satrio. So you talked about a really important point, which is that food is something that humans need every single day. It's a long-term strategy. So we want to see and we want to ask, what is your vision for Indonesia as a leader in climate resilient development through this nature and technology synergy?
Yeah, we ensure that we envision that Indonesia is one of the leader country in the climate resiliency, with integrating of the technological aspect and also the natural-based solution. Once again with collaboration, we make Indonesia as one of the forefront country or the leader country in the climate resiliency, and I'm sure that about that. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give another round of applause for our panelists. And now we'll move on to our Q&A session. If anyone would like to ask a question for our panelists, please raise your hand and directly introduce your name, your affiliation, and what the question is. So, yes, we have one question there.
Hello? Okay, sorry about that. Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. My question is, my name is Ahmed Abari from Nigeria. I work for the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency. I am really interested with your presentation, synergizing nature and technology, strategic leadership for climate resilience. I want to know what you are doing in collaboration, especially carrying the local communities around, because I know for any project to be achieved, partnering with local community is very, very important. What what is the nature of your collaboration with local community as well as your inclusion of the youth in order to achieve sustainability in this project? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. So yes, just to restate the question from all of our panelists, what are some of the areas that you're working with young people, with the local communities, especially maybe in the palm industry, in the fertilizer industry? What are some of the areas and programs that you work with the local communities? Maybe we can, do we have anyone who wants to start first? Okay. All right.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. We have a program with the local community to develop the area. We have agroforestry program, and also we have we join with the local community join with in our program to increase the economy, local economy, because we do some plantation that can productive can be give their income and increasing the economy in the local economy. We do collaboration with the not only the local community and we collaborate with the local government as the bridging, and that because they know well about the local community. So this program is going well in the several area, and we can increase. We will increase it now 1,500 hectares. We do with the local community, and we will increase it higher and in more wide area. That's from.
Thank you, Mr. Satrio. Mr. Bandung, would you like to add something?
Yes. Okay, thank you. I would like to support Pak Satrio's statement regarding on how to collaborate with the community, because you know that in Astra Agrorestari, 50% of our fresh fruit bunch coming from the smallholders. So then we assisted the smallholders with good agricultural practices, including the good fertilizer applications on the ground. And then, then our plantation actually are mostly in a remote area. Different place has its own different cultures, different behavior, and different characters. So then the approach with the local community, but the community living in that area should be locally specific. Our understanding regarding the local community behavior and culture is very, very important. You cannot just introduce a technology, you cannot just introduce a systems, but you need to understand what they need. And how we can sit down together with them, how we can, when we understand their needs, then we can introduce them with technology. We can introduce them with fertilizer for good agriculture practices. So this is very challenging situations. As Indonesia, agriculture's not only in one place, and it starts from Aceh to Papua. Then the plantations are scattered in the remote area, and then as I said before, that different area has its own dynamic. So this is what we can share about our work, our partnership with the smallholders in the remote area. I hope this can provide you with valuable information about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bandung. Do we have any follow-up question maybe, or any other questions from the audience? I think the presentations were too great, so there are no more questions from the audience. All right. So we've talked. I actually have a follow-up question, Mr. Bandung. So you talked about culture and also about understanding the local communities and where the palm oil palm plantations are. I want to ask more towards on how the communication towards, let's say, palm oil being in their local communities. How do you convince them? How do you convince them to work with companies, with the private sector? How do we encourage this partnership and convincing them, since it's two different social backgrounds?
Yes, correct. So this is super challenging questions and super challenging work on the ground. As I said before, that different area has its own characters, and then we are in Indonesia. There are multi-ethnics. Yeah. So then our approach with them should be aligned with their character, their behavior, and then the first thing that we need to understand them, and we need to understand their need, and then we can engage. After we engage, so then we learn together with them. Just as an example about the land fire. In several areas in Indonesia, especially in the remote area, that they open the land through fire. So this is super challenging because of working with the local people is not easy, but it can be conducted. You need to have a patience to sit down with them, and then we learn together. And we need to understand their traditional wisdom. And then through this learning together, so then we can introduce what the importance of partnership, how to save the environment together. Okay, I hope that can answer your question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bandung. Yes, absolutely. So from Mr. Satrio, do you have anything else to add on how Indonesia is very diverse, and Pupuk also has lots of subsidiaries around Indonesia? How do you really convince the local community to work with corporates?
Yeah, we deliver our fertilizers, especially subsidized fertilizers, from all of the area in Indonesia. We delivered from 5 our subsidiary company from Aceh to Papua, yeah, and all of the area in Indonesia. And we don't only distribute the fertilizers. We also have, as a state-owned enterprises, have a task to increase the economic growth in the local area. So we give a program to deploy and to develop the economy, the UMKM, the little enterprise in the local. We give them assistance, guidance, how to running the business, especially related with the agriculture. This is important because for the farmer, the farmers, not all of the farmers know about the business of the agriculture. They only plant and harvest it, and then they cannot market it, marketing it. They cannot do in the downstreaming of the agriculture's product. So we give guidance. We give some program to develop them, and they can do step by step by themselves. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Satrio. So it's also talking about capacity building, giving the communities the know-how to operate the technology from the corporate sector. All right, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, that's all the time we have today. Thank you so much once again to our panelists. Let's give a round of applause once again. Next, I'd like to invite for a group photo for our panelists before we close off our talk show on technology and nature.
All right, before we take a group photo, we have a special note of thanks to all the speakers, which will be handed over by, I'm like searching for a prey, by Ibu Sinta. Please take the honor, Ibu Sinta. Okay, we do value your contribution, and it's great how the C-suite leaders are able to answer the rapid-fire, challenging questions, not just from the host, but as well as from the audience. And it's really great to see how these companies are demonstrating in integrating the nature with technology in order to build this comprehensive framework for a climate resilient development in Indonesia. So I guess the keywords today is the technology digitalization is very, very crucial in order to design, to build, to monitor the businesses and the operations in a more sustainable way. Okay. You also get the opportunity to keep the batik bag that we brought all the way from Indonesia, and now we have a family picture. Okay. Don't forget to put a big smile, ear to ear. That's it for today. Thank you very much. Thank you all speakers and moderator. Okay, we still have one last session to do, so please be patient. But in the meanwhile, you can grab snacks, coffee, or tea that's being provided at the registration area. So feel free and enjoy your time in our pavilion. We'll see you again.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay. Let's start the last session of the day. When we're ready, please put a thumb up, or two, or four. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the positive energy. So we're going to talk about peatland, this lovable ecosystem. So Indonesia has one of the largest, I would say the largest, and a very, very, the most carbon dense ecosystems globally. It plays a pivotal role in regulating the carbon and the water as well as the heat cycle. And recognizing the importance of this remarkable ecosystem, GOI, or Government of Indonesia, has advanced the restoration of this peatland and incorporated the peatland management within the FOLU NETSING 2030 framework. So before we go into the peatland the monitoring system, the calculation methodology, we want to have a bigger picture on the peatland management and evaluation itself. And with that, I kindly invite Ibu Mita Ratna Juwita. She's the Director of GHG Inventory and MRV from the Ministry of Environment to deliver a keynote speech.
Oke, ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished representative of the government, honorable colleagues from JICA and other development partners, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Peace be upon us all. It is an honor for me to stand before you today to discuss about the climate agenda that is critically important of Indonesia and to the world, about the transforming tropical peatland into the core of the global climate solution. Firstly, Indonesia firm commitment and the central role of the peatland. You know, Indonesia is the world's largest tropical peatland, an ecosystem that stores a vast amount of carbon, estimated to hold 55% of the world total tropical peat carbon. This makes peatland management not just a national environmental issue, but the backbone of the Indonesia climate commitment. Our commitment is clear and enhanced. We pledge to achieve a greenhouse gas emission reduction of 31.89% unconditionally and 43.20% conditionally with international support by 2030, as stipulated in our Enhanced National Determined Contribution or NDC. Furthermore, Indonesia has set an ambitious vision, Indonesia FOLU NETSING 2030, aiming to achieve a condition where the forestry and other land use or FOLU sector will absorb more carbon than it emits, projected to reach minus 140 million tons of CO2 equivalent by 2030. To achieve this challenge, NETSING target, peatland restoration and sustainable management are the main pillars. This action affirms Indonesia's leadership in integrating peatland into national climate policy and MRV frameworks. Secondly, the strengthening through partnership, and this one with JICA collaboration and LULUCF project. This ambition achievement would not be possible without strong partnership. We are proud of the long-standing collaboration established over 20 years with JICA, covering fire prevention, science-based research cooperation, and RED Plus initiative. Currently, our joint initiative, the LULUCF project, specifically aims to strengthen MRV system for peatland, ensuring our methodologies reach Tier 3 standard, the most stringent and transparent measurement standard. Second, promote the carbon technology that innovatively integrate restoration, productively and emission reduction, what we call aerohydroculture or AHC. Through the LULUCF project, we are jointly accelerating progress toward the NDC target, positioning Indonesia as a global model for tropical peatland restoration and climate resilience. Third, innovation as an accelerator, breakthrough with the aerohydroculture or AHC. We know that conventional cultivation practices on peatland often require drainage, which in turn causes substantial emission and fire risk. This is challenge that demand innovation. Aerohydroculture is our answer. It is now cultivation paradigm demonstrating that crops can thrive under rewetted condition with high groundwater level. Field trials such as those in Riau and Central Kalimantan recorded remarkable result. That is, yield increases up to 30% in oil palm when the average groundwater level was maintained the depth of 30 centimeter below the ground surface. This proves that productivity and restoration can go hand in hand. And then ecologically, AHC promotes root microbial partnership that restore soil health, reduce decomposition, and capture carbon into biomass. AHC is fully consistent with Indonesia's long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience, transforming peatland from potential ecological liabilities into productive, resilient, and climate-positive ecosystem. Currently, we are implementing scale-up science-based trial with a concession company in Riau to fully verify the economic and environmental viability of AHC. And then the fourth is the enforcing the pathway to follow net zero 2030. This technologically innovation is underpinned by fundamental advancement in policy and measurement. First, Indonesia groundwater level monitoring system, which is now increasingly mature. And the second, the new methodology for GHG emission calculation based on water table depth. The integration of the monitoring system and the water table depth-based methodology can substantially reduce projected emission under the follow scenario by providing more accurate and site-specific data. This reinforces Indonesia pathway to the follow net zero 2030 target. And now Indonesia is demonstrating a global model where science-informed policy through groundwater level of water table depth data, and then restoration support livelihood through innovation like aerohydroculture, and then innovation accelerate national and global climate goals. Finally, this advancement significantly strengthen the basis for carbon credit mechanism by providing transparent and science-based measurement of peatland emission and reduction. Indonesia can increase the credibility and market value of our carbon credits, enabling greater participation in both voluntary and compliant market. And also we have a call to action and a global partnership. In closing, allow me to reaffirm Indonesia's firm commitment to science-based policy innovation and partnership. We call upon that the projects should be sustained. After the projects should be there is a continuation about the activity, and then the government, researcher, and the private sector to collaborate in scaling up nature-based solution and advancing robust MRV system. And also we emphasize the need for sustained international support and financing to expand innovation and ensure peatland restoration continue to deliver climate, biodiversity, and livelihood benefit. Tropical peatland are our heritage, and their management is our global responsibility. Through science, innovation, and partnership, we can turn this challenge into a shared victory. I think that is all from me. I hope this session could give more information and data about what we have already done in Indonesia about the peatland, about tropical peatland. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu, for the insightful speech as well as the warm invitation to call out all stakeholders to work together to manage this remarkable ecosystem that we have in Indonesia. Okay, let's start with the discussion. I would like to invite our moderator. She is Naya Amira. She's the founder of Green Welfare Indonesia.
Thank you so much, Mbak Mona. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the last session of the Indonesian Pavilion Dialogue Series at COP30. My name is Nala, and I'm very honored to be moderating this final session of today, where we will be talking about the tropical peatland management evaluation. Earlier in the last session, we heard about the corporate side of view. We heard from our corporate leaders on the implementation of green technology in their business strategies. But for this session, we want to shift the focus and make it more technical and scientific, specifically on Indonesia's climate action, because we don't only need businesses' strategy, but we also need to understand the science. We also need to understand how it works in the ground. And this brings us directly to our topic today about peatlands. As these carbon-dense ecosystems are foundational to Indonesia's Volunet Sync 2030 strategy. And so for our goal for the next 90 minutes is to get very specific. We're not going to be talking about peatlands in general, but we're here to talk about the technical innovations in how we monitor them, how we measure them, and how we verify these emissions. We will be focusing on two key innovations. The first one in the session, we will talk about the Indonesian Peak Groundwater Level, or GWL, monitoring system. And the second one is the new methodology for GHG emission calculation based on water table depth. And without further ado, I would like to invite our amazing panelists today onto the stage. Please welcome, firstly, Mr. Muhammad Askari, the Ministry's Directorate of Peatland Ecosystem Protection and Management. Pak Askari. Second, I'd like to invite Mr. Waluyo Yogotomo, also from the Directorate of Peatland Ecosystem Protection and Management. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a round of applause for our panelists as we welcome them on the stage. And finally, please welcome Professor Osaki, representing our key partner, the Japan International Cooperation Agency, known as JICA. Please join me in a warm round of applause once again for our panel before we start. And thank you once again, gentlemen, for being here. Also, we'd like to sort of build upon Ibu Mita's keynote presentation, and we will begin with our presentations. We'd first like to invite each panelist to have a presentation, maximum of 15 minutes, and then we're going to move on to our panel discussion, followed by Q&A. So to set the stage, I'd like to first invite Pa Askari, you to present your presentation on the GWL monitoring system in peatland ecosystem. Pa Askari, you're welcome to do it in here or in the podium, whichever you'd like.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to be here again. Ladies and gentlemen, puan-puan and tuan-tuan, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and have a very good afternoon. It's lovely to see you all of here. So that my presentation today, not this one, the file is not this one, it's different.
Okay, so it seems we've pulled the wrong presentation for the wrong panelist.
Yeah, that's one for the ASEAN Pavilion.
I think it has the same title, Pa,
No.
maybe?
Not this one, not this PPT. Please.
All right, maybe before we move on into Pa Askari's presentation, I'm so sorry, Pa Askari, to call you back. We're going to move on with your presentation as the second, if that's all right, after Pa.
I think that will be in sequence. I have to go first.
All right, okay. So it's in sequence already.
Yeah,
Okay.
find B4.
Yes, let's wait for a while till we have the right presentation pulled out.
Sorry for waiting a little bit. Okay.
Papa, maybe you can share pantun with us before we start.
Okay.
In English.
Okay. I will try to explain that. So basically that what we are trying to explain to you today, the information system that we have so far in order to see how is the work has been achieved in the peatland restoration. So the work should be monitored. What we will see is the monitoring system that we have developed so far, which is in the area for more than 4 million hectares. So this quite huge information system so we can catch up how to measure the groundwater level in the peatland area. The questions come to us why we have to monitor the peat groundwater level. There are several reasons behind that. The first one, peatland ecosystem 90% is consists of water, so we have to monitor the water. The second one, if we look in much more details, the peat, what's so called the peat, basically is a hollow organic soil. So it consists of the water. When the water is taken out, so there's no supporting material for them, so it will shrink. So that's why we have to monitor the water. The third reason, because each 1 grams of the dried peat, it can absorb 13 grams of water. That's why we keep saying 90% of the peat consists of water. So if we monitor them, so we will try to find the solution. And the fourth, the enemy of the fire is water. So we have to manage the water. We have to monitor the water. So it's very essential to know about the condition of the ecosystem itself. Because if we talk about the ecosystem, in the peatland ecosystem, it consists of the first one is water, the second one is the peat itself, and then the third one is the vegetation. That's the health peatland ecosystem. So that's why if one of them is damaged or degraded, so that the entire ecosystem will collapse. That's why we have to monitor. Based on our regulation in our country, Indonesia, that all of the peatland area, it should be preserved, except for the cultivation function, because we differentiate with the 2 functions. The conservation function, which is the peatland, which is depth more than 3 meters. But for less than 3 meters, then we can use it as the cultivation function. But of course, we have to monitor. In some areas in Indonesia, that there are so many canals to drain out, taking out of the water. So let's come to the challenge. We say the healthy ecosystem, 90% of the water, but the water is not there anymore. So we have to do some restoration. We put the canal blocking to restrain the water coming out. And then, of course, we have to monitor whether the work is done or not. So that's why we have to monitor the water itself. And then for your information that so far we have developed this system to monitor in the area for more than 4 million hectares, both in the concession area and also in the community area. Because the peatland is not just in the concession area, but also in the community area. And then through this monitoring system, we can see whether our effort to restore the peatland ecosystem is success or not, is achieved or not. Because then we can say that we achieved something if we cannot monitor, we cannot do the MRV, we cannot see whether that the achievement is good or not. That's why we have to develop this monitoring system. That's what we have done so far. Is there any slide there, or I don't know? Sounds a bit lost.
Yes, Baba, I think we're going to have a couple of minutes till we pull out the right presentation for you.
Okay then. Okay, maybe I will hand over to Pak Waluyo then, because the slide is not there. Oh, sudah. Okay, so a few more minutes. Yeah, a few more minutes. Okay, you got it. Okay, great then. But I will show the picture, I will show you the video, because we would like to show you that we walk with the talk. We do not just say, claim, something like that. We will see that in a few more minutes. Please, hopefully they run the PPT, because there's a video there. Because if they run for the PDF file, so we cannot see the video. Is that ready? In the count of 3, 1, 2.
Maybe in a count of 10.
Okay, the count of 10. So then I will count 1.
Maybe we can teach the audience how to say 1 to 10 in Bahasa, Bapak.
Oh, 1 to 10 in Bahasa. I don't know in Portuguese. I know only in Bahasa Indonesia. 1. That means 1. 2 means 2. 3 means 3. 3. Ya, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 5, 5. Oke. 6, 6, 7. Oke, 8, 9, 10. Then applause to all of you then.
Okay, right in time, Bapak. We have your presentation right here for you.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me, allowing Nala for allowing me to having the time. So basically, this is the flow process of peatland restoration in our country. Of course, the first one is planning process, or we call it designing, and the second one is construction or rehabilitation, monitoring, and assessment or evaluation. We will today focus on the monitoring. The first one is regarding the planning. We have at least 47 regulations in our country, in Indonesia. From Act, from the guideline, many guidelines, guidance that we can do in our activities. And then the second one is construction or rehabilitation. We construct the canal blockings. Until now that we already construct more than 46,000 of canal blockings to restrain the water coming out from the peatland ecosystem. And then we also put the canal backfillings, the manual FDRS, also their vegetation. For the rehabilitation of vegetation is more than 300,000 hectares right now, but I will not show that data because we are focused on the monitoring. And also that we also develop what's so-called the Peatland Stewardship Program, or in Bahasa Desa Maripoli Gambut, because we cannot talk about the restoration if we do not engage the community. We do not involve them, because they are people who in needs. They need something to eat. They need something to put something in their tummy. So we have to engage them. That's what's so-called the program, Peatland Stewardship Village Program, which is now that we already intervene more than thousands of the villages. And then the focus today that will be on the monitoring peat groundwater level, rainfall, and also moisture, and change of the vegetation cover. And finally, we also have the assessment or evaluation, which is so-called with the program of proper program. The information system that we have so far to monitor, so-called the CIMATAC. information system for monitoring of pit groundwater level. Why that's minus 0.4? Because in our regulation, the water level it cannot exceed 0.4. Otherwise, they're violence of the law. Because we have a huge land and forest fire in our country. So through this system that we try, the enemy of the water, as I said before, is the enemy of the fire is the water. If the water is there, so it's no more land and forest fire. And also the CPEC. Next, please. Okay, this is the number that just I highlight to you. This is some of the achievement that we have done so far. In the concession area, in the forest plantation, the palm oil plantation, that we have restored more than 4 million hectares for the hydraulical function. We have put more than 10,000 monitoring points, compliant monitoring point for the pit groundwater levels. And we also constructed in the concession area more than 35,000 canal blockings to restrain the water coming out from the pit ecosystem. In the community area, we can see the number there. We have constructed for more than 11,000 in the community area. Because what happened right now that the people think that, okay, we want to grow something there, so we take out the water. That's not the rational logic, the good logic. Because you cannot convert the ecosystem if just to put one commodity. The right thing that the commodity should follow the ecosystem itself. 90% of the peatland is the water. So the commodities when we put there is so suitable for the area. That's the logic. Okay, next please. This is some of the example of the canal blockings that we have constructed all over Indonesia, which is more than 46,000 canal blocking to prevent the water coming out from the peatland ecosystem. As you can see there, this is in several districts in Sumatra, Aceh, Nagan Raya. Next, please. And this is some other area. We also have the FDRS, the manual fire danger rating system. When the water is coming down, so it will going down, so it will warn the people, okay, be careful, it's easy to be burned. And then if the water level is up, so it's safe, something like that. A manual one, but it's automatic. Next, please. Okay, could you play the video, please? Oh, there's a PDF. Okay, sorry, you cannot see the video. Can you go back to the previous slide, please? Okay, this area basically that the canal is very dry at the time because the water is coming out. There's no more water left. It's easy to be burned. Then we construct this canal blocking so the water is coming up again, rising up again. Then the people can use the canal to transport their agricultural products. Of course, there's no more land and forest fire on that area. And also it increased the productivity of the area. Before we construct the canal blocking, they only harvest about 400 coconuts. But then, by next year of the canal construction of canal blocking, they can harvest 800 doubles. Because where is the coconut products come? We know exactly from the synthesis reaction, CO2 plus water, it will generate through ultraviolet, and then the sugar and also the oxygen. Where is the sugar coming from? From water. If the water is not there, so where's the product come? So that's the easiest way to explain to you. Next, please. Okay, this is one of the example of the company where they have this kind also of the canal blocking construction in the technical aspect. Next, please. Okay, we also do the canal backfilling. We putting back the soil which has been putting out from the area because the people tends to dry their peatland area. So we put the canal backfilling there. As we can see here clearly, this is from the coconut trees. Next, please. Okay, this is the information system. So basically that if Indonesia, if I want to do the monitoring, I just open my handphone. Because already integrated the information system. So the data is coming through from the field, so it's coming through to our website, to our database system, then I can see from my handphone. So it's quite easy for us right now to see whether it's the restoration is success or not. So through this system, you can see here is a massive data. The red color here, that's the canal blocking. That's the canal blocking, as we can see the picture before. And then the blue color dot is there, is the manual one to monitor the groundwater level. And then for the red dot, red circle there, that's the automatic one. So it will count every 1 hour and report to our system. That's what we have so far. And also, of course, the ombrometer, we have that for the rainfall. Next, please. Okay, I will run. Okay, the question whether is the policy is right or not, is it true or not? Looking to the information system that we have so far, because the regulation not exceeding 0.4 through all over the years, so basically the policies can be achieved, even though that we can see some outliers there. But in general, the achievement can be done. Next, please. Okay, we also have the information system where the community can see whether the area will be wet or not, will dry or not, through what's so-called the CPEC. You can open your application right now. You can straight away see it's in many languages of the world. It's in Portuguese, in Spain, in Espanola, in French. You can open it up straight away right now. I'm promoting our website, but please do not hacking our system. Because some people, they have intelligence, then they do everything which is not right. We launched that many years ago in 2020. I was there also in Egypt. Next, please. Okay, this is the information system that we have. We have an application. And also that we calculate directly what's the emission reduction through the activities that we have so far. But we will have the new equation that my colleague will explain that. This is the old equation. So we can see directly. Next, please. Okay, we claim that we have done our job. Is that true or just a claim or a fake claim? You can see here, ladies and gentlemen, the blue, the much more blue color, that's the area when we put the canal blockings, they become much more moist than the other area. Next slide, please. Okay, you can see there. That's the dot there is the canal blocking. So what we claim, that what we have done. We can show that from the satellite imagery. We cannot lie. I cannot create this one because we download it directly from the sky. Next, please. Okay, this is the monitoring point, which is more than 10,000 monitoring points all over Indonesia. This is the biggest database in monitoring of rapid groundwater in the world. Not just Indonesia, but in the world. Next, please. And some of the outcome, just to share with you, because there's also some research, as I said before, that the fruit branch come from the photosynthesis reaction. This is one of the research that has been done by our colleague from UGM University. Through the groundwater level management, which is 0.4, it can reach 80% of the soil moisture. That's the maximum, that's the optimum soil moisture where the pollinators will active. Because if too dry, so that the pollinator will not active. Or too moist, it's not active because they are like human. Because if we are very cold, so like this one, but if it's very hot, so we open everything. So that's also carried out by this kind of insect. Next, please. The other one also shows it can improve until 30% of the productivity of the oil palm plantation through the policy that we have taken so far. Because some people before, they are afraid, no, you kill our plant, prove it to me, give me the data. Where's the data? You just talk and claim, but you don't have any data. But we prove in reverse. Next, please. Okay, this is the calculation of MEC CO2 reduction through the old methodology, which is tier 1. And we'll go to the tier 3 after this. Next, please. Okay, this is the key message to all of us. I say that let's collaborate, contribute, and be the game changer in the pattern potential management. Indonesia is ready to share to the world its vast experiences in policies, regulations, monitoring, community empowerment, law enforcement, and all peatland restoration activities. Restoring peatland ecosystem is beyond hard work. Restoration and climate change, but it's restoring hope, life, and humanity. I will say caring for peatland, growing hope, preserving peatland, safeguarding civilization, managing peatland, smiles are welcome. Next, please. Obrigado. Thank you. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Bapak Askari, for a wonderful presentation. So we've heard about the monitoring system, and now I'd like to invite Mr. Waliu, who will talk about the new methodology for GHG emissions calculation in peatlands ecosystem and understanding how we use that data. The floor is yours, Bapak.
Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Waluyo Yogotomo. I am one of staff under Directorate of Peat Ecosystem Degradation Control, same unit with Pak Askari. At this session, I will talk about predicting CO2 emission within tropical peatland ecosystem using model groundwater level in Indonesia. And actually, I will continue what Pak Askari mentioned before. If he talking about how to measure groundwater level depth, and I will continuing what Pak Askari mentioned before. I will talk about how to analyze, how to synthesize, and how to model from the data into the CO2 emission levels. It sounds like a very scientific session. Yes, it do. It is very scientific session. I'm not giving you a lecture, but I will just show our result about our research. So please, next time, everyone, if you know about peatlands, I think, like my colleague said before, peatland is very essential ecosystem that they need to preserve and to continuing to maintain with the good maintenance, actually. And if we talking about peatland in over the world, it's covered almost 3% of Earth's surface, but one of the most carbon dense ecosystem. So it means that store about more than 6,000 gigaton of soil carbon globally. And Indonesia, the biggest peatland ecosystem in the world, in tropical peatland, I mean, and Indonesia have 4 biggest in the world. Indonesia store about 13.6 until 40.5 gigatons. It means that more than around 2 until 6% of global peat ecosystem. Here, this is the how to understanding GWL dynamic is crucial for GHG emission estimate and its mitigation. That's why I will talking about this. So I will continue from my colleagues said before. We will continue about how to analyze from the water table depth and how to measure to CO2 emission level. Many CO2 prediction maps are derived from IPCC Tier 1s. That's why we propose based on our data, and we are not only talking about what you call it, multi years data, but also we talking about spatio-temporal data. That's why we confirm that we have at least we have claim about our result in tier 3 levels actually. Next, please. Yeah, and this is the objective that we have done. We try to develop a spatial continuous CO2 emission levels model based on GWL change value per land use type. Actually, we have so many land use type, and then we try to continuing about developing the models. And this one, we have at least tier 2 level or tier 3 quality with 10 meters and the bi-weekly data. Based on that, we try to development of generalized and land use based CO2 emission response curve derived from a regional emission study. This is cover almost the Southeast Asia, and try to create spatio-temporal product of groundwater level and IPCC tier 2 quality actually. Next, please. Okay. This is the general framework that we have done. First of all, we try to create peer, what you call it, peer learning, or we call peer peer study. Yeah. We have peer review, more than 25 scientific paper, which cover all in the Southeast Asia actually, and after we peer review more than 25 scientific paper, we got the equation actually, the general equations, and based on our general equation that we have developed, we try to implement into the our study area. We have at least 7 study area which cover in Sumatra Island and also Kalimantan Island. Please, next slide. This is that I mentioned before. We have covered at least 7 area for test site, which is covering 4 site area in the Sumatra Island and 3 area in Kalimantan Islands. This is the main data actually. You can see here. All the data almost cover 1.6 million hectares. This is our test site area. We use the data for biweekly data, groundwater level data that Pak Askari mentioned before, starting from 2019 until 2025, which is, as you can see here, more than 426,000 measurements from more than 2,000 deep wells, station monitoring. Next slide. Okay, this is very technical issues actually, but I want to talk about, we use the dynamic predictor and also we use a static predictor. And after we got the measurement, all the data, then we use the machine learning algorithm actually. We use RStudio environment for cleaning the data. And based on our model training, we use 70% for training data and 30% for testing data set. And then after we got the final model, then we go to model evaluation and test the performance until we got the GWL raster model with the best patterns. Next slide, please. Okay, this one I will talk about ecosystem-based groundwater level modeling for Indonesia peatlands. This is we cover spatio-temporal dynamic that I said before. Next slide. Here we go. This is yeah, as you can see here, this is the annual average of groundwater level dynamic across Sumatra and Kalimantan PHU. You can see here, this slide is in Sumatra Island, in the left side, and the right side in the Kalimantan Island. Based on our prediction, Sumatra PHU exhibited shallow groundwater level less than 40 centimeters, whereas similar condition also being underground within 2 out of 3 Kalimantan PHU. But only one PHU, which is Pukun Mentaya rivers, experience widespread deeper groundwater level, at least more than 10 centimeters. Next slide, please. Here we go. This is the accuracy. If we're talking about in statistical model, this is the accuracy for our model. We have at least we try to 7 models in machine learning algorithm. So the best model we got is extreme gradient boosting model. That this is the robust model, which is R square more than 0.7. It means that very high accuracy. And all developed model are robust. This is as shown by slight difference between calibration. As you can see here, training 70% data and validation metric testing 30 data percent. As you can see here, this is the this is statistical model actually. Mean square, root mean square, R square. As you can see here, we try to divide each PHU, each site location that we have for test site. Next slide. This is the estimating of soil CO2 emission from Indonesian peatland ecosystem. Next slide. Here we go. This is actually the general of equation that we have proposed. And based on this equation, we will try to submit in Nature scientific journal with the very highest impact in the world, and still under review, but in external review in our team. This is the generalized course response, actually representing only for total soil respiration, which is consisting of autotropic and heterotropic respirations, not in net ecosystem exchange. Yeah, actually we just done analyze for total general CO2 response curve to groundwater level based on total soil respiration. If we talk about the clear about how much the emission that emitted to the atmosphere, we need to talk about net ecosystem exchange. On our research, we don't talk about net ecosystem exchange, but yes, we do after we continue after this research done. This is the question. And next slide, please. Beside the general equation, we also try to create the equation for each vegetation type. For example, secondary swamp forest, we do the equation for the CO2 response curves for the plantation forest, estate plantation, and also agriculture and other land use. So that's why if we have the land use type and we have the data for groundwater level, then we can calculate using these equations. Actually, each of vegetation type that we have produced. This one. Next slide, please. This is the result. You can see here. This is the shown about annual cumulative CO2 emission dynamic across Sumatra and Kalimantan PHU. I think it's the same result if we talk about annual cumulative for groundwater level in Sumatra and Kalimantan PHU. Following our groundwater level prediction in Sumatra PHU, emitted moderate CO2 annually. This is around 30 until 60 megagram CO2 per year per hectares. Whereas a similar condition also being underground within 2 out of 3 Kalimantan PSU. Only in Pukun Mentaya River, PSU generate highest annual CO2 emissions. You can see here more than in between 60 until 90 megagram CO2 per hectare per year. Next slide, please. This is the annual and cumulative CO2 emission. If you see here, compared to the entire study PSU of Siak Kampar Rivers, PSU emitted highest CO2 emission through 2019 until 2024. This is around half of all PSU cumulative emission, and accumulating around more than 170 megaton CO2 emissions. And from all our study area, we covering almost 1.6 million hectare. This is if we calculate all this or all of this result, almost more than 337 megaton CO2 emission has been done. However, this use emission is resulted from autotropic and heterotropic respiration. And as I talking about before, we do only on total respirations for these calculations. Next slide, please. This is annual and cumulative CO2 emission based on across land use in Sumatra and Kalimantan PSU. We try to calculate also based on each vegetation type in our study area. You can see here. Secondary peatland swamp emit highest cumulative CO2 emission within Sumatra PSU, whereas agriculture and other land use in the primary CO2 emission contributor within Kalimantan PSU. Next slide, please. This is the CO2 emission as percentage across variety of land use. As you can see here, in the top side is Sumatra PSU, and the bottom side is Kalimantan PSU. Each vegetation type for each PSU, you can see here, this is the percentage of the CO2 emissions. Next slide, please. Here we go. We do also for the calculation of impact of the hydrological management on CO2 emission across Sumatra and, and Kalimantan PSU. We try to divide into managed land, less managed, and unmanaged land. Managed is represent of forest plantation and also oil palm plantations. Less managed covering of agriculture and other land use. Unmanaged is covering primary and secondary swamp forest. And based on our results, overall, this is I will talk about overall. Managed pitchland emit higher CO2 than unmanaged pitchland. It means that forest plantation and oil plantation emit higher CO2 than unmanaged. Unmanaged is mean that primary and secondary swamp forests, but considerably lower than less managed peatlands. Less managed peatland is mean that agriculture and other land use. But yeah, avoid emission around 13.6 until 70.4 megagram CO2 per year per hectares. Sumatra PSU emits substantially lower CO2 than PSU in Kalimantan Island. Yes, this is the following the result of model for GWWL. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the final result. You can see here we try to calculate annual cumulative CO2 emission for each years, starting from 2019 until 2024. As you can see here, our result indicate that all PSU generate less than annual CO2 emission average from 2020 until 2024 compared to their 2019 emission baseline. So if you see here, for 2019 as a baseline, you can see here, and comparing to the starting from 2020 until 2024, you can calculating mostly based on our data, less annual CO2 emissions compared to the 2019 as a baseline emissions. Okay, next slide. This is the concluding remarks. Next slide, please. Okay. Yes, actually we have successful for develop general CO2 emission calculation within this equation. This is the general equation models, and besides that, we also try to develop the equation for each type vegetations in our PHU models. And from this study, estimate average groundwater level around minus 25 until 51 centimeters, and annual CO2 emission ranging from 42 until 63 megagram per year per hectare. It means that we can correct from the IPCC emission factor in the IPCC tier 1s. This is actually we have to correct it, the value for emission factor in the tier 1 for IPCC. And based on our model predicted JWL with a model to high accuracy, you can see here with R square more than 0.7. Yeah, we can claim that we have the robust model for this research. And for the secondary for swamp forest and swamp shrubland are dominant emission source in most Sumatra PHU. In contrast, estate plantation EP were increasingly dominant in Barito, Alala, Pukon, Mentaya, and PSU of Rupat Islands. And for overall, managed plantation emit higher CO2 than unmanaged peatland, like I said before, but considerably lower than less managed peatland. Our results indicate that our PHU generate less annual CO2 emission average 2020 until 2024 comparing to the 2018 emission as a baseline. Most of the emission reduction is contributed by Siak Kambar PSU because Siak Kambar PSU is the highest covering for all the area. I think that's all from my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wuloyo. Let's give a round of applause. And to tie all of these elements together and talk about the broader climate benefits, I'd like to invite our final speaker, Professor Osaki, to present on the peatland restoration beyond emission reductions. Professor, the floor is yours for 15 to 20 minutes.
Thank you. So today I present this kind of the new terminology of aerohydroculture. And so we, JICA, have doing the LULUCF project in tropical peatland, and so which is something a follow-up program for the long-term collaboration, the study in the peatland. So almost 20 years, and so we get several results, and so one is concluded to propose the new culture, the technology, which is we call aerohydrocultures. And another topic is the MRV system, the Tier 3 MRV system. Also, we established the model, and also now this model is real-time operation stages. Maybe, but for this topic, I will present it last day, 21st, in this COP. Could you come to join if interested about the excellent technology? And so now, so just focusing about this kind of new technology, we believe that this is a very innovative technology for the peatland management. But this is not only the peatland, maybe mineral soil and mangroves, the ecosystem, which is available of our technology. So okay, next one. So at first, this is something, a conclusion. I give the conclusion at first because of the new technology. Then maybe you can difficult to get ideas. So, what is our technology? So in the peatland, the native ecosystem, you see come into the high water levels, and so pH is very low, and the nutrient almost reaching. So you know that in native the peatland, the key parameter is very low oxygen, almost nothing of oxygen, and almost nothing of the nutrient. So in this condition, you can imagine plant can grow, but maybe so in our academic ideas, it's impossible to grow the plant. Maybe small grass only survive. But if you go to the tropical peatland, native peatland, so the tree is 30 meters. It is we call something miraculous or something a paradox between his academy and real systems. So how to improve the concluded ecosystem, the solving by themselves? So we, from the observation, one is the established area root. And also this area root, we found not only oxygen and nitrogen fixation, then so nutrient take and oxygen take and can grow well. So this is a natural systems. And we run and the mimic of this natural system. We call natural system is nature-based the cultures. Also this is a new terminology. And so to achieve this kind of NBC, we try to supply something the bug, including the nutrient, the compost, and biochars, zeolite, PGPL, plant growth promoting rhizobium, and mycorrhizas. So the make a compact, then so this bag only put on the surface and try to introduce this kind of the aerial root. Then so if we put this bag, only the 3 months, within the 3 months, the root come into, then so this root like a aerial root, and take a nutrient or make a symbiotic system. Then so they start to grow of the plant. And so no need to reduce the water tables, no need to apply the chemical fertilizers. So the new technology we call the aerohydroculture. Okay, so this is almost the conclusion. But next one. So, okay, so in the peat conditions, I say again the oxygen very poor and the nutrients poor. In this condition, the plant cannot grow. Next one. So this is a typical how to study the nutrient effect of oxygen spread. So this is the hydroculture systems, and so even in the rice plant, if we want to grow in this hydroculture condition, we must supply the oxygen by the compressor, the bubbling, and so also nutrient necessary. But in the natural condition of the peatland, no the facility to bubbling of oxygen, no apply the fertilizers. So why we have the questions? Next one. So okay, so peat is what to say the charge of the COH. This is saturated by the proton, and if in this condition we apply the chemical fertilizers and almost reaching because of the site is occupied already the proton. Next one. So, but however, in this condition, the native the forestry in the native peatland grow well. So next please. So this is first I studied the peatland in Thailand. This is in Thailand the typical peatland. Or at first I surprising. So the academic information from the information, the very poor and no nutrient, difficult to grow. But I access to here, the tree is 30 meters. So this is shocking. Next one. Okay, this is Indonesian. And so also the very high productivity, even in the very poor condition. And so next one. Okay, so then so we to study these conditions and what is the strategy of the plant. And so we analyze and so the nature, the culture systems. Next one. Okay, so this is the nature, the culture system, the very high water levels, and make area root, and also the mound with the litters, and take a nutrient. And we also found this area root, the fixed nitrogen. And so this is the water cycle systems. Next one. Okay, so the root of the area root, and so this is the mound. So this is the system to support the very poor the nutrient in the waters and the peat. But so in the surface, they make area root and get oxygen and what to say, also nitrogen fixations. And some another, the litter or so on, decompose, especially phosphorus or so on, the absorbing. So this is a natural system that we call the nature-based the culture system. Next one. So okay, we check how to get the nitrogen in this peat and the water culture condition. To check the nitrogen where from, so we use this dirt and 15 systems, and from this analysis that we can say the nitrogen where from, the soil, water, or airs. We concluded almost the three species growing in the peatland absorb the aerial or N2 gas fixed by the microbe. So this is the most important, the key information how to get the nutrient. Next one. So then we mimic the culture system, nature-based culture system, and we developing this kind of the new technology we call aerohydroculture. Next one. So this is small farmers trials. So the scientists, the Soil Institute scientists invite me something curious to farmer, which is the growth, the oil palm, even in high water levels, and growth is very excellent. Then so this group asked me to check what the mechanisms, and the access here, you see the high water tables, and the productivity is almost double compared to the normal. And so they also put the back, and so including some compost, and I'm surprising the lot of the root here and take nutrient even in the high water tables, and if the root into the waters, difficult to get the nutrient, but in this condition, easy to take the nutrient. Then so productivity come to the high, even under the high water levels. So this is a first hint. Next one. So we study in these systems in the local farmer, and this is the bag, and so the oil palm, we put the 4 bag, one tree of the oil, and we can find the aerial root. So next one. Okay, so if make a symbiotic systems, they start to absorb the nutrient, and so we found at first to make this kind of the new aerial root from the trunk. Next one. So we studied not only the oil palm and the Surya Barangarang and the sago, and almost same by the treatment, this kind of aerohydrocultures. Also, all of them stimulated the growth within the 3 months and start the leafing. Next one. So this is after we harvest this years, after treatment, after 4 years treatment. And so you see the control, the farmer still applies the chemicals. And so this is the aerohydroculture, no chemicals, only the compost or so on. And only once a time they put on the ground, not continue to applying. But still you see the productivity is, in this time, the 36%. But you see that this is the brand, so maybe take only the seed, maybe productivity is more than 1.5 or 2 times higher than the control. Control is a chemical fertilizer application. They apply every year, but this system only once a time applying this back, but still continue for years. So why we say that this is a miracle or innovative technology? Next one. Okay, so this is the conclusion. Aerohydrocultures. This is something that will contribute to the long-term strategy for low carbon climate resilience. And so this aerohydrocultures, something innovative, the peatland management. So maybe just last one. Next one. Okay, so we published three books and 2 papers related to this kind of technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Osaki, and thank you all to our panelists for very rich data presentations that we had in the past 1 hour. And so now we'll move on to ask a little bit deeper on the presentations and also questions from the audience after that. So based on everything we've heard, I'd first like to ask Askari, how can Indonesia's peatland restoration, now supported by these new tools, effectively advance our national climate goals while also reinforcing global ecological resilience? So how can these new tools help our NDC target, Bapak?
Okay, thank you for the very good questions. I cannot answer the NDC target because I'm not from the unit who is responsible for that. But at least what I'm trying to say that we have achieved that much we have done so far. That's never happened in the world what we have done so far. Even last 200 years in the Europe, they never done what we have done in Indonesia. I can claim that because I met with many colleagues, some of here from Europe also. Yeah, so basically that we have done what we have to do. But I don't know about the numbers. If we talk about how to achieve of the number that we have put 39% or 51%, I don't know about the calculation itself. That's why we try to develop what we have achieved, what we have done so far. We need a robust methodology so we can claim this is what we have done. And that's also, we will try to provide what's so-called the integrated carbon. Yeah, because we cannot just claim, okay, we have done this much, but what's the proof? What's the evidence? So through this kind of system that we have developed, we do believe that we will achieve what has been written as the NDC. But if you ask a number, maybe Ibu Mita, the right person who will answer about the number. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Bapak Askari. And just talking about the 3 key points that you talked about, which is data, evidence, and also the answers to it, I'd like to ask Pak Waluyo and Prof. Osaki, what ways can this new methodology for GHG calculation really enhance the accuracy and the integrity for our ecosystem level assessments in peatland management?
Yeah, thank you for good question for me. I will try to answer. Yes, as I talking about the prediction of CO2 emission within tropical peatland ecosystem using model groundwater level in Indonesia, we have done to develop the robust model, how to integrate it between water table depth and then CO2 emissions, at least at the each vegetation type. So we have done for the general equations, and we have done for developing equation for each vegetation type. So that's why after we calculate with our robust models, we have confirmed that from our result, we can at least correct it to the number of CO2 emission level, factor emission level actually. Yes, if we talk about in the IPCC tier 1, I mean, for oil palm plantation more than 40, more than 40 for emission factor, and for the forestry more than 80 for emission factor. Then based on our result, we confirm that less than 20 for oil palm plantation and around 30 to 40 for the emission factor for the forestry area. Yeah, that's my question.
Thank you, Pavillion. Professor Aki, could you share more about the aerohydroculture and how it can enhance the accuracy for the peatland management? Can you share more about how the aerohydroculture can enhance the accuracy for the peatland management, data accuracy?
Okay, so this technology almost established, but use not like chemical fertilizers, using the organic matters, and also using the microbe, and so not easy to extend it. But then now, so we collaborate with JICA how to extend it of the technology, and then so we collaborate with private company, oil palm private company, and the local the farmers and the universities. So the methodology already we done. Then so how to the teaching according to the plant or management system.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. Osaki. And ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to open the floor to all of you who have, I'm sure, many questions to our three presentations. So would anyone, yes, the gentleman in the front, could someone please give a mic to him?
Thank you very much. Faisal Parish, Global Environment Center. Very happy to attend and see the in-depth work that's been done, and the new work, particularly on trying to have a model for the groundwater level. So I think that's a very new information that you're developed. Can you just elaborate a little bit more? I think you mentioned that the data on the greenhouse gas emission you got from 97 information you took from the literature. For the study, you didn't do your own greenhouse gas emission. You're just taking from the literature. And was that greenhouse gas emission tagged to the water level data, or you're just taking from your estimation of the water level in those areas? So that's one question. I think for Prof. Ozaki, I think this is a very good further development of the idea that if really it's possible to change the approach for a cultivation of oil palm in the peatland area, that you can cultivate with a high water table and then just be putting these sacks with material. Can you just clarify a little? You showed a higher yield and a more long-term yield, and those you're not putting the normal fertilizer, you're putting compost or something in those bags. Can you just clarify what that is? So there would be an emission reduction from not using the chemical fertilizer as well as the higher water table, which lead to lower peatland breakdown. So if you can elaborate on those points. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we'll give the answer to Ministry of Environment.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Pak Faisal Faris. He is our colleague also. Yeah. Like I said before, Pak Faris, we do peer review from the first of all. We do more than 28 scientific paper, which cover around Asia actually. And based on that, we try to collaborate and we try to synthesize into we got the general model equations. After we got the general model equation, we try to test in our location. I forget to explain in my presentation. We do also collaboration with our several university also in IPB and Central Kalimantan, and we do also collaboration with the private sector in oil palm also and forestry also. We got several data from covariant methods from the several university and the several private sector. Then after we got the models, equation, we have the robust model, like I said before. We try to testing. Then after we test, we confirm that, okay, this is the new equation that we can, it might be improved the accuracy from the emission factor. Yeah, I think that's Faris. Pak Askari, do you want to add some information?
Okay, thank you. So basically that we have hundreds or thousands of the journals, but then we screen out with text specifically which is correlated to the eddy core variance flux towers, come from several others. And then what we have done so far, basically that some is already published data, but some is still, the data is not published, which is come from several towers that we have so far. So basically this developed the new tiers, because what we have in the IPCC panel guideline is still tier 1. What we use right now, if this published by the Nature, that will be tier 3, which is correlate directly between the groundwater level and then net ecosystem exchange. That's what we are able to have this publication, even though that's in the middle that we have the soil respiration publication first. But we will go to this level of the methodology, the tier 3, not tier 2, but tier 3. So we know exactly the correlation. So we will convince some other colleagues that this is the latest one. And through that, we also will propose the new methodology to the IPCC Panel International to use this kind of approaches. And this also can be used not just for Indonesia, but for the southern part of the ASEAN. I mean for like the Brunei, like the Philippines, like also the Malaysia. So we can use this as our own methodology. We don't know exactly whether we have the data from Congo or DRC. If they have this kind of new data, we can also collaborate, and also from some other like Peru, if they have this data. So we can collaborate further through what's so-called the ITPC. But that's for the next step from us. Thank you. That's some additional information.
Thank you, Bapak Askari. Prof. Osaki, would you like to answer?
Yeah, thank you, Faisal. And so you point out the good, and so you know normally the oil palm need huge amount of chemical fertilizers, but I showed in the slide no to adopt source of site in the pit, so huge amount of the chemicals. In my roughly calculation, 80% gone. that is a big reason. And so then high waters, normally you know the oil palm root difficult to get oxygen, and if have the nutrient rich but difficult to absorb. So this is a big reason. So why for oil palm the cultivation reduce the water tables 1 meter or so, but still many problems in this cultivation systems because of the still heavy chemical application. So the decompose still continues CO2 emission, and so the what they say the reduction potential come to the reduce. Then the methane emission and oxidize the zone, oxidize the nitrogen, N2O. So this is the what terrible the technology. But if they use our technology, only put the materials on the surface and the root come into, and roughly calculate almost nitrogen they fix from the airs. So this is the big factors, and in the compost contains amount of not so rich, but phosphorus and potassium is increasing. Maybe 4 years, the 5 years it's okay, but after that, you know, the plant sampling and remove the nutrients, so this recycling is difficult to continue. So you should apply this technology, but at least phosphorus, potassium, how to apply. So this is another after 4 years, 5 years the issues. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a round of applause for our speakers. We have one last question. If anyone wants to have a follow-up question or All right, if there are no more questions, so we can close off this session as we are also running over time. Once again, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time and your insights today. Today, we've talked a lot about consolidating the scientific insights and highlighting Indonesia's robust innovations in peatland monitoring, as well as GHG calculation, which is very important for achieving our follow net sync 2030 targets. Without further ado, I'd like to invite our panelists for a token of appreciation and photo before we close off our session. Thank you all so much and have a wonderful rest of your day. And I'd like to turn it back to our MC.
Thank you for doing my job. Okay, so I guess big hand of applause for all the speakers as well as Nala for navigating such interesting high-level discussion. Ibu Mita, please take the honor to hand over a gift of thanks to all the speakers. Thank you, Prof. Osaki. All this technical information that you just delivered really made us feel like a scientist, I think. But again, Pak Askari, you did make us Indonesian proud by mentioning that what we have done for the peatland is much more than what the Global North has done. Okay, let's have a group picture together before we all leave the pavilion. Okay, thank you very much. We have to keep on voicing out in order to sustaining this wonderful ecosystem. Okay, I think let's wrap it up. We will see you again tomorrow. We have a lineup of exciting programs for you tomorrow. Please make sure you don't miss out. Have a wonderful day. Safe travel home and goodbye. Thank you.
These extraordinary landscapes are home to some of the richest biodiversity on the planet. And at APP, we recognize that we too have a responsibility and an opportunity to be part of the solution. Regenesis, restoring nature, empowering communities, and driving responsible growth. Regenesis is APP's ambition for a sustainable future. It is our commitment to conserving and restoring the forests and biodiversity while also managing carbon, driving innovation, empowering communities, and fostering partnerships. Our new forest positive policy marks the first step of Regenesis and the next phase of our sustainability journey. Having already developed a catalog of native species and piloted restoration areas, we're now scaling up our efforts by identifying larger areas with the highest potential for restoration and expanding our impact across critical landscapes. Our goal is to create shared value for nature, climate, and people across our value chain. We're not starting from zero. Together with our suppliers, we have been deforestation-free since 2013. We've invested in flagship livelihood programs and built the foundations for restoration. We are building on our progress to date. Through Regenesis, we are continuing our journey to more sustainable business operations. Join us on the journey as we work towards a more sustainable future.
Our homeland,
a place where the stories of life are passed down through generations, blessed with abundant resources, gifts from God for us to nurture and protect with wisdom and care. Here, our journey begins, a dream for our nation. Wherever it leads us, we are wholeheartedly committed to giving our very best for the advancement of our country, delivering the best energy solutions to people across the nation. Integrated, spanning shore to shore, providing reliable and affordable energy to all, from the bustling cities to the remote villages. We pledge to preserve our homeland's treasures, striking a balance between generating energy and protecting the environment for future generations. As advocates and agents of change, we are dedicated to empowering communities inclusively, creating values and delivering tangible benefits to society. With a bold vision, we take a leap forward into a new chapter, anchored in transparency, innovation, and integrity. We stand united in our purpose. PT Adaro Andalan Indonesia Tbk. With unwavering commitment, responsibility, and dedication, we present energy for a better future.
Nickel fuels the green energy, but sustainable mining defines its true impact. From hydropower to HVO, we push the boundaries of sustainability. At PT Valley, our mission goes beyond carbon. It's about harmony. Because our work today shapes the world tomorrow.